Woo 12 months, let's go.
From code to game, the spark takes flight, building legends in the light. One more line, rewrite the code, unlock the path, design the road. Every frame, a world he made, a digital sky that will never fade. Press start, let's begin. Base code, running the show. Base code's world, come step within. Press start, let's begin. One more line,
A whoa wowie wow.
All right. Thank you, Sunny Red Hot. I'm trying to end shared chat, but it's not allowing me to do it. I'm going to have another shot. Hold on. I made a mistake, chat. I took my webcam to Brisbane, and I left it there. So now we have a crappy webcam. I'm still muted? Hold on. Gamosaurus, are you still saying I'm muted? Because my OBS disagrees with you. Oh, did you forget it? I did. So now I've got a backup webcam. This is just like a normal, regular old Logitech one. So, you know, we're going to do what we can with that. Why isn't it letting me end the shared chat? Why is it not letting me do that? Where is it? Shared chat. Shared chat is enabled. Good, but end shared chat. There we go. Done. Okay, it ended. Good. Fast has to. Surely there's a way I can do that. All right, how is everything? Is everything back as it should be? Are we looking good? Are we looking all right now, guys? Okay, that's good. That's a good sign. Let's get back into it now. Fire up, not monsters. It's been a while. Hello, old friend. I've missed you. All right, how are we doing? Goldie, can I get a thumbs up if the audio is coming through and if the microphone is sounding okay and if the webcam is looking all right and all of that? Streaking? You're on a streak? Nice. Oh my God. Is that an alley? I'm delayed? Hold on. Delayed? What do you mean delayed? All right, let's have a think, guys. What are we actually doing here? What was the last thing we did? The last thing we did worked quite well. We had on the character screen, we had our Twitch integration, which is going to be quite cool. I'm going to have to think about what we do with that, though. So we did our options screen. We've got our characters screen. There's a few little things that we could do to make it, like, nice. Ooh, Fruity's live. Fruity's live. Fast is live. What if we did our character pipeline? It seems to be something that's really important to this game. There's lots of characters. I mean, either that or we swap to some actual gameplay. Probably I should be focusing on the path that... Hold on. You had a 60 stream streak earlier. Hold on. Couldn't have been 60. Couldn't have been 60. That's so many. Maybe in Fass's. But here, that would be like... I don't think we've done that many. Maybe we have now. Goldie, what's your stream streak at? You would know. Let's see. Okay, where are we? Oh, that's right. The mouse wheel ain't working quite as nice as we would like it to. We've got a lot of work to do in those characters, but honestly, we could do some of the more basic functionality like holding items or even the basics of the lobby. I feel like... Okay, Fast is like 80, it's 60 here. Yeah, Fast streams a lot, so that's not surprising. I think what I'd like to do is focus on the things that make it possible to put together a Steam page. I think if we're going to keep doing this, we need to move towards a Steam page at some point. So, that might be an approach. So let's have a think about it. What do we need to do for a Steam page? We need a trailer and we need some gameplay. I think for gameplay to work, the thing that we ought to have, and might be the most important, would be we want to look at doing. So this multiplayer is going to be really important. Combat's going to be really important. But I think maybe we beeline for multiplayer, right? So if we think about it, we've got our character screen where we're going to be able to unlock characters. The other thing that we'll have is if we go play, it takes us to our lobby. I think on this screen, what we should do is not spawn as a character yet, but we should have something that maybe we even do this scene, design this scene a little better. We have all of our characters at in the church chapel. Maybe we do that, is design this chapel a little bit better, because we know that we're going to have it. Or maybe even a little bit of logic here that shows all the different characters that can be played. Yeah, let's do that. So the idea is here we're going to have a scene with all the different characters that can be played on a menu. The player is going to be able to select them and then occupy the character as a character. So yeah, okay, so let's do that. So let's go. We're going to go to runtime. It's not even that. It's going to be, we want to go into our menus. So we're going to have to create a new menu, but we want to be doing that inside of, let's see, in our lobby scene. Okay. Man, it's weird seeing different font here. What's all this about? Squint. What do you mean? What's all this about? Dropping the dropping all the emotes, you mean? Orly, by the way, I don't think we've seen you all that often here. Thanks for swinging by and saying hi, man. Okay, so that's what I think we want to do with the scene. We're going to try and make that work. So let's start off by in the lobby. The lighting, we might want to get the lighting right. We also, I think I'm just going to start with in the lobby scene. We need, what menus do we actually have here? We've got in-game menu and options menu. So let's open up code, go to Not Monsters. Okay. All right, so we're going to start by designing a new menu in the lobby screen. Maybe we ought to do that with first go through the project and catalog everything related to how the different available characters in the game are handled, so that we have all of the context there. From there, we're going to go on and build out a system that works much like the main menu's character screen, except this will be the character selection screen. In this screen, we're going to reuse those existing systems to initially just draw all the different character options using their portraits in a way similar to how it's done on main menu. we want to keep the code as consistent as possible between these two places. Trying to optimize for reuse and visual similarity. Here's what this menu is going to need to do. Okay, it will list all of the characters available, all of the villages available in the game. I mean, how could we do this? We let the player select a given villager. Let the player click select. Click a play as button. To begin with, let's just scaffold some basic unthemed user interfaces using Godot's user interface system. There should be shared themes in the project already, and let's make sure that if there aren't, we standardize these systems and move them across into this new user interface. When they already exist, we should reuse them. Okay, so when the player chooses to select a character, then they assume control of that character in the scene. The lobby scene already has a whole bunch of characters distributed around the space. I think we need to, for every character in the catalog, there should be a possessable character spawned in the lobby scene. We also need to make sure there's a character in the menu for each of these options as well. Oh, thank you, Goldie, for setting it to software and game development. I did need to make that switch. Yep. Okay. We are going to have some kind of lobby system that tracks which characters are available. Since when we get to multiplayer, then when a person selects a character, they are no longer available to other players. We don't have any multiplayer yet, but we want to consider this and be a bit forward-facing with our changes. Let's see. So I want to construct a plan for how to implement this rather than trying to do it all at once. This should be documented and should be done in stages so that we're not making broad-reaching refactors and changes all at once. Start by gathering requirements and asking any open questions that you might have before we move on to implementing. As much as possible, incorporate what's the practices documented in and PPP. All right. This is going to be a pretty big set of changes, I think, guys, to implement here. Where's our Git repository at? I just want to make sure there's no unstaged changes yet before we go ahead and make big changes here. Oh my gosh, there is. But only little ones. One more ability there. One more ability. Actually, I need to check what the last commit was before we go and change that. Yeah, we can do an amend there. Amend that. Okay, good. No other changes in here, so we should be okay. This character pipeline is going to be a big change that we need to make. We need to get this right. When we do that, it's later going to make it easier to build characters quickly because there are so many steps in doing it now, but I want there to be a process where we can quickly import these characters and create them again. And then all we'll actually have to deal with is the rigging rather than all that messing about inside of the engine, which is going to be, that's going to be a good thing. But I really just want to move towards something where I can say, hey, look, we have something that could go into that can look like gameplay. So that means multiplayer first, because I think, we could do a whole bunch on this other screen, locking and unlocking locking and unlocking people with currency. We could do, we can do a bunch of other stuff, but I don't want to complicate it yet. I just want to move us towards let's play a game together. I really just want to play a game together and get to that point. I think when I was looking at Slay the Spire, I love the simplicity of their matchmaking, where if you click the play button, really you just got three options. You got host game, join game, and find match. I think they only have the two, but I reckon we need those three. And then it's just it just shows the friends that are currently hosting games on Steam. Yeah, hold on. Adamus, I'm sorry that the link disallowing thing is in there, but it's a YouTube link. I'm sure that's probably okay. But I don't know. What's the point of that? What's the point of that link? Are you just trying to I don't know. Maybe one of the mods can check it, make sure that we're good, and then I'll open it up, because I really would love to just go in and check out whatever you'd like to share. I don't know if Goldie is around to let me know if that was a good block or a bad block. Foiled, Adomus. Foiled. Well, this is unfortunate, because this is more evidence for us keeping the link blocking in place. Unfortunately, I would like to just trust people, but unfortunately, if people can't be trusted, then we have to move as fast as the slowest individual. Unfortunately, that's the way it goes. Oh, you banned him. I mean, all right. You're the one with the ban hammer, Goldie. It's at your discretion, but I you know me. I'm so ready to give people a whole pass. But if you say so. Apparently, it's a good idea not to inhale liquids. I've heard that somewhere. I trust Goldie. I trust Goldie too. He is a very, very trustworthy individual. Excusez-moi. There's another system I've been working on to try and help Fastfy out with creating content. And as you know, Goldie, I've been thinking about getting an editor for a while to put together some better content for YouTube. I really need to get onto that. But the one thing I'd love to do is try and use AI to help come up with and edit that content, right? That would be really, really cool. So, I'm thinking about doing something like that. We might even do that on stream, a little bit. I think I'll first try and get a baseline of something working, and then we'll take it from there. But yeah, you know how it goes. So many things to do and not enough time. Yeah, wouldn't it be cool, Goldie, if it could just like understand the context of what's going on, and then if it understood it, it can come up with ideas for what it needs to do, and then after that, it can go and it can go and do some editing essentially, and then propose this could be a good video. But we'll see how we get with it, where we get with it. Okay, the other thing that I might need to do here. Okay. Yeah, because our YouTube is abysmal. Honestly, our YouTube hasn't got a lot going for it. We need to improve that. And I think 1 or 2 great videos could really help. So this Saturday, I think I'm going to spend the day editing. Okay, so we might need some designs. Let's go ahead and start with that. So, here, let's bring up our last user interface design, and we'll roll from there. Might even be worth like showing our existing menus and trying to design new menus for it. We've got a lot of Firepiercer ideas in there. We've got a lot of characters to make. What else have we got? Okay, we're starting to get the UI components. Okay, here's our character select screens. What if we reuse our existing character select screen? We could do that and like support selecting the character instead of unlocking the character, which is what we like have in our other menu. In main menu, if we give this a run, okay, so we've got this character screen. This lets us look at all the different characters. We need something more obvious for which one's selected. We're not going to have monsters. I love that we see these little icons for who's online. Very cool. Oh, we still had a bit to do here with listing the ability text. I mean, we can do 2 at once, I think. Okay, first let's do some of this. Maybe I need to think this through a little bit more. So what if we go here to characters and then we choose one and then go select, what if we then fly into into here through the doors, and then you're running around in here with everybody else in the lobby. That could be a cool way to do it, right? If everybody in the lobby is just like in here, and then when the game begins, you just like you go out to here. So the camera flies in here, and then you're occupying the character. Okay, let's consider main menu with that in mind. So if you go play, it would do this. Maybe if you're playing, you get the select button. If you go to the characters screen, you get an unlock button. So it's the same screen, right? If you click play, it takes you in here, but the character that you've selected on that menu becomes the one that you play. I mean, maybe the first step then, if we're gonna do that. Okay, hold on. Yo, Seb, from last week, did we want to do that editor thing so that I can rapid you out? Hold on. I can raid you out when you can't do it properly. Okay. Yes. Create a dashboard, roles manager. Hold on. We can do that. Create a dashboard, roles editor. I don't see a roles manager option in the creator dashboard. I only see stream manager. There's not a roles manager, Goldie. You can kind of have a bit of a look here. So these are the options. There's not a roles manager like we expect to see here. Unfortunately. It's under community. Okay, community roles manager. Got it. Yep. Got it. What else have we got? Okay, I've found that, Goldie. I found that. And then add role editor. Add role editor. Okay, there you go, dude. Done. Added that. That should do it. No problem. And thank you, man. That will be handy if ever we can't deal with that. Okay, so if we go play, we need to go through 3 options. All right, we need to, we're going to have a think about this because I don't want to go too much further with this until I've figured out some other stuff. So that one's awaiting response. In here, okay, so on the main menu, the play button currently loads us into the lobby scene. Before we go there, though, the player needs to choose one of 3 options. 1. Host a game. Host a game. Host a game. 2. Join a friend. Join a game. Join a game. 3. Join a friend. Host a game, and then 3 is going to be find a match. Find a game. So join a friend, find a matchmaker game. Okay, let's go ahead and modify. I mean, before we do that even, I want to go through the design again. So open in chat. I think maybe even a new design in here. So let's go photos and files. Screenshot this. That's the main menu. There's the options menu. Then we've got our character menu. Okay. In the style of the menus so far, we're going to extend the main menu by adding a new phase to the user interface. This will take place after the play game is clicked. Button is clicked. The menu needs to offer the user these options. Host a game, join a friend, matchmaking, find a game, find a online game, find a lobby. Okay, hold on. Thank you, Lucario, for finding that. I had to go to check that out myself to make sure that I still hadn't been changed since I changed my community roles. Right. Typical Twitch, ain't it? Right. Yo, also, Goldie. Thank you for the title. That really, really helps as well, dude. I'm so not onto it today. I need to do better. You are onto it, though. I really appreciate you, dude. Okay, host a game, join a friend, find a lobby. Okay, in... let's see what we get with this. I almost feel like we should have had we should have had some kind of like, option to. Okay, that's a very natural extension of your current flow. It fits perfectly with the. Okay, let's design it so it feels like a continuation of the existing menu, not a separate screen. I mean, dude, I should have been a little bit more explicit. Create user interface designs for this new menu. Is okay. Thank you, dude. I'm still pretty freaking tired from the whole trip. I feel like I haven't had a decent bit of time off in a little while, but I'm so excited to get back into the game. I honestly am. This is not designing for me. It's still doing the create an image of this new menu. Yeah, we really need to tell it to do the image thing because we missed the opportunity to, like, the create image option wasn't on. It's still writing. It shouldn't be doing this. All right, go ahead and create a new user interface design for this new main menu phase. Got to remember to switch that option on from the very start, guys. It's going to make all the difference. How's our new design? I'd be really interested to see how giving these references affects our outcome. The other thing we can be doing here is designing that church, the interior. That would be pretty good. I love how this song kind of riffs off the last one. Anybody notice that? Like Refactor, listen to the... It has the same tunes, but then she mixes it up in this one. Where it's like she changes the melody. It's pretty good. I really like it. Okay, hold up. Camera small. It's a nice flow, isn't it? Yeah, yeah. I think I like the first one better, but when you hear it with this one, it's like when these two go back to back, it's like chef's kiss, Goldie. Yeah. Yep. Okay. It's a lot like the option screen, but okay, pretty good. So let's go ahead and modify main menu to add a new menu that's triggered by pressing the play button. Let's go. Yep. It should make use of similar buttons to the main menu, and similar panels. And hold on, we have the existing panels. So where is it? It's elements and content from and images from that for the panels. What happens when we click it though? For now, doing anything should clicking any of these buttons should take you into lobby, just like we used to do from clicking the play button. Okay. And then we're going to plan. And then we'll take it from there. Then we can circle back to the other screen because, yeah, I think this is probably a more important intermediate step. I really want to get the main flow of the game going so that... Because we could actually reuse this exact menu. One thing I want to do is the sub-agents. I haven't seen this before. Okay. That seems a way to switch between previous tasks without going back here. Really gonna have to figure out like what I want to do with this before I let that other task continue. I might even archive it because I didn't think far enough. Okay. All right. It's kind of just like taking it in a different direction, but all right. I don't mind it. I don't mind it. Smartass, this AI you are using to assist you in the code, is it fully on your GPU or do you use an external assistance? What model is it? You can see down here, I'm actually at the moment, I'm using GPT 5.4. So it does a combination of local. Oh, whoa. I didn't mean to click that. It does a combination of local and... Okay, how should the new play menu present when play is pressed? I mean, not bad. I wish I had the other questions. I did not mean to click that. That's a mess click there, but yeah, so this is GPT 5.4. Sometimes I use Olama for certain things, smartass. If I used, at the moment it's like Claude Code and GPT very close. Sunny makes games. This is like very much in part it's an experiment, but I do find I use it a lot. I used to do it all by hand, like for a very long time, but I do think you can actually get more done and be more effective if you oversee the work that the AI does than doing it yourself. So I'm slowly shifting to like testing things and making sure they work and then incorporating them into my main workflows. So it's a little bit of both, Sonny. I think this whole thing is an experiment, but at the same time, I'm finding it's a successful experiment that I'm adopting more and more as things continue to go well. So yeah, it's an interesting workflow. Okay, for the 3 play choices, should each button include a large per option icon like the mock-up? Need new art later. The plan. Yeah. New art later. How should the player return from the full screen? Yep. Back button. Back button. Also close the play menu when the pause back button. Yep. Hey, he's on. Super Chew. It's good to see you, man. How are you? No, it's a good question though, Sunny Makes Games. Like, thanks for asking it. I really, I do appreciate that, man. If you've got any more questions, like, go ahead and ask them, dude. I have seen that AI is coming in hot. Is it no longer the scam fiesta it used to be in pre-2020? I mean, smartass, like, yeah, a lot of them were like huge hype, but I think honestly, a lot of that hype was like, oh my God, look how good this could be. And now it's starting to be as good as it could be. And, you know, it'll keep getting better, I think, smartass. So it's like, yeah, a little bit. I think it's a lot less scammy. You can get a lot done with it. You can get like a lot done with it. Okay, that's very interesting. My work is currently pushing lots of AI use, and all the developers are seeing pretty extreme diminishing returns, generally spending more time fixing, overseeing, configuring than delivering. Yeah, it will be interesting to see how it plays out. Sunny, it's a bit like my experience of it is it can be a force multiplier if that makes any sense. So it's like if you're really good at communicating, and it's like a senior badly overseeing many junior devs is going to create a terrible project, right? You're going to be left with this god awful mess, this clusterfuck of a project. If you don't, like, when it goes wrong, if you don't course correct, it's going to go really, really badly. But if you stay on top of it, and if you work on it, and if you're overseeing it and making sure that you don't, when it goes off the rails, that you guide it, that's when it can go quite well. So I'm not just being like, yo, AI, make me a game. What I'm doing here is I'm saying, like, hey, here are my requirements. Tell me what you plan to implement. I'm having a lot of back and forth. There's a narrative between me and the AI where it's like, we're collaborating, and I'm preventing it from making those fuck ups that really ruin the way that, that exactly what you're describing. If you don't, essentially, it can be a false multiplier. And if you're I don't mean to say this as a way to diminish the work of your team, but if you're not a very good developer, if you put AI in the hands of a bad developer, you're going to get a lot of bad code. If you put AI in the hands of a really good developer, you can sometimes get really good code. And a lot of it is like documenting for instance, I document what I want the project to be in a markdown so that it can understand it. For the agents file, I tell it exactly what to do. I go to a lot of effort documenting my, principles, patterns, and practices for what the AI should be doing in this project, right? There's a lot that I'm doing here that kind of keeps it on rails instead of having it divert and do a bunch of stuff that I don't want it to do. So it's, here, this is the plan that it's going to follow. I didn't just vaguely tell it what to do. I said a lot about what I wanted to do. I had it ask me a bunch of questions. I'm going to go through and review its strategy, and then I'm going to tell it to do things differently if this plan isn't good. And that's how I prevent it from making those mistakes. It's such an accelerant in my workflow. It's very excited to see these tools continue to improve. Yeah, I'm feeling the same as well, Frosted Sentry. Part of the issue is also humans not communicating properly with the AI. Yeah, it's like that too. It's like, customers as well. It can be very hard. Customers can come to a development team and they'll be like, make me this thing. And then the developers make that thing. And then the customer goes, that was terrible. And the problem was twofold. It was the customer not communicating with the programming team properly, and it was the programming team not gathering requirements from the customer properly. If there's bad communication about what it needs to do, the outcomes are going to be really bad. It's, it never gets a mistake in to develop. Right. That's good. And some of us have seen incredible results, especially for tooling and documentation. Totally. I certainly haven't managed to get it to manage anything reasonably complex despite being very experienced with the tools themselves. Nice. Hey, God of War, welcome, dude. 40 stream streak is massive. Dude, huge. Seb, another 10 streams in the books. Dude, on the road to a 50 stream streak. Hell yeah. And Rue, an hour ago with the 60 stream streak is massive. And we also had Rudin de Ronda follow. I completely missed that because I was down at Fastest Computer, but that's so cool. And we had another one too. We had TMDK22 follow. That was huge. Lucario, you had a 60 stream streak. Eightfold, you also freaking subbed way back. Oh man, I missed so much when the stream started because I was in FastV stream. Sorry guys. Okay, so you're going to lurk, God of War? Yo, dude, thank you for lurking. I appreciate you. I will probably have a really good stream if I can get some of this stuff done. It'll be awesome. Okay, we're going to change play from direct lobby transition into a full screen play section step inside of the existing main menu feature. Keep this in the current main menu scene flow. The new overlay hides. Yes, correct. Expand this to include is play menu open. add main menu selectors with select should show primary menu. Select should show. What does it mean by this? Main menu selectors. All right. I think probably I want to. I mean, let's have a look. Let's have a think about this. So we've already got options, and that shows up on main menu. Characters goes to its own menu. Play goes out into the game. I think I want to change the plan that it's doing here because I don't like its plan to. I think so the rather than extending the main menu. Okay, we can't do that here. Main.tscn with a new the new submenu. Let's introduce a new menu. Dev, oh my god. Oh my god, I guess it is midnight, but holy crap, thank you for the raid. That's huge. And me, you had so many options for people to raid, Dev. You had so many options for people to rave. Yo, Yellow Banana, thank you for resubbing. Oh my god, you guys really know how to bring the hype. You really know how to bring the hype when you raid, don't you? Dev, I feel like I've been home, and I've been home a day now, and I haven't even seen you. It's good to see you here on freaking, internet. See you. How was your stream? You could have raided so many people and you chose to raid me. I really appreciate this. Thank you, thank you, thank you. She was struggling with what? What happened? I heard she had a really good sponsored stream with that golf game that was going really good. Dev didn't have a choice? What do you mean she didn't have a choice, Yellow Banana? She always has a choice, I would hope. And she made the choice to raid here, which I freaking appreciate. Thank you, Dev. Did you have fun? It sounded like you were having fun. There was a lot of screaming going on. I was helping Fast assemble some furniture, and yeah, we heard it all going off. Okay, quickly, let's just show people what we're up to, because this is the obligatory quick game pitch. I'm gonna be so freaking practiced at giving this pitch lately. After the number of times I've done it with the number of raids that I've had, guys. We're making a game here. We're making a game called Not Monsters. Also, Dev has a character in said game, which I think is pretty freaking exciting. Hold on, this is what the game's gonna look and feel like. Imagine it's a social deduction party game, so it's going to be a little bit like how you move is going to be like medieval version of Fall Guys, and a bit like Party Animals, that brawler. But how the game plays is going to be werewolf with combat. So instead of voting with casting votes and dispersions against people with conversation, you have to talk people into fighting with you, and that's going to be the gameplay. That's going to be the gameplay. So the basic loop is, you go into a lobby, it starts at night, there's dawn, there's day, and then you keep going. Actually, you know what? This kind of needs to be updated. I think this whole flow needs to be updated, but you can get a sense of, hold on. It's getting to the point, guys, where I need to just show the game instead of, here it is. I need to just show the game instead of using the pitch deck, because, oh my God, we're starting to actually have something, right? So this is the game. Here are some of the characters in the game. So you can see, for instance, these are all the villagers, and these are some of the monsters. A lot of them are inspired by streamers. Check this out, Dev. When your character gets in, see how the red thing comes up? That's because Fast is live. So Fruity's also live, so she's got this. And then we've also got Kiki, who's live, so she'll have that red icon around her. And so all the different streamers who've been doing raids like you have and have their character in the game, they get to this is loading in their profile picture from inside of Twitch. And the thing we can do here is we can go straight to, if we wanted to see what Fast is doing, for instance, we click this, and it opens the Twitch. It opens the Twitch page straight to her. So here, check it out. If we go to Fruity, bam. We go see Fruity stream, and because she's live, we can just like, we can see that she's live as well. And to play her character, by the way, guys, to play her character, if you're sub to Fasvi or you're sub to Fruity, you won't need to unlock this character. So all these characters are going to be unlockable with the currency that you earn for playing the game. It's kind of hiding down here, like, right. It's hiding down there. So instead of having to spend the currency, if you're subbed, it'll mean that you can just like, if you sign into the game with your Twitch, and if you're subbed, then you'll just get you'll get the character for that streamer automatically, which I think is a really, really cool feature. So that's what we're doing right now. Thank you for everybody who came along. If you want to see the progress of the game, please hit that follow button. It helps a lot. It helps a lot. Soon we're going to be able to pitch a Steam page. I need to work on that. Just to keep the game, to keep our progress progressing. I'm not sure what will happen with things, but so far we're having fun making this thing. Love the cheeky plugs. I mean, it's the best way to plug my friends, right? It's such a good way to plug my friends. I feel like if they're going to support me while I develop this thing, I'm going to be plugging them and supporting them too, right? It just makes sense, Yellow Banana. It just makes sense. What's the actual gameplay idea? It is a Mafia spin-off, Sunny Makes Games. Yeah, that's absolutely right. So the basic idea of it is everybody gets to play as a villager. So you're assigned a villager at the start of the game, or you pick your villager to play. And then what happens is it takes you into the game, and then secretly some of the players are assigned a monster role. And all of the villagers have to discover what monsters exist, and the monsters have to kill all of the players before the end of 7 days. That's the game. That's the game, Sunny Makes Games. That's essentially what you have to do. So you have to. No, I got you. Thanks for explaining. Absolutely, man. No problem at all. So, to get here, I'll take you in to show you. This is going to be actually the lobby. So I need to go in like this, and then we'll skip past the actual gameplay scene. Oh, it's like those vampire maps in Warcraft 3. I never tried those, smartass, but maybe I should. Salem Simulator, exactly, Beans and Crackers. That's exactly right, man. That's exactly it. So, for instance, I just went into the game. It picked the farmer. The farmer would live over here. His job would be to like farm crops and then give them to the villagers so that the villagers can eat them and heal and like power up and become healthy and prepare for the fight and stuff like that. As the game goes on, though, you can see that it's getting slightly darker. So the sun's setting there. After the sunset, it starts to be night, and at nighttime, the monsters become more powerful every night. The villagers can only, they have a limit to how strong they can be, but they have safety in numbers. Is this Unreal Engine 5? No, this is actually Godot. This is Godot, Beans and Crackers. We did an Unreal Engine game over the weekend, actually, like in a 35-hour game jam. We built an Unreal Engine game, but this one is a Godot game. I wanted to try Godot, and so far I've been loving it, let me just say. It's been really, really good. But here, so check it out. So secretly, this guy got the poltergeist. So the villager spawned as the poltergeist. And so every monster gets a different role. So the poltergeist role, what he essentially has to do is he has to trick, as a villager, he has to trick the other villagers into killing him because he can't do anything. And it is dark, smartass. It's really dark if you're a villager. If you're a monster, you're going to be able to see in the dark. I haven't implemented that yet. But that's definitely a feature I need to do here. It's like the Jester character, exactly, Fizz. So if he manages to get himself killed, then he'll become a poltergeist. The players won't be able to see him. They won't know that the poltergeist exists, right? But the poltergeist will be able to do things like pick objects up and move them around in game, and only so often, like once a day, they can possess another character and then move them around. So they can possess them, and then they'll like mash the space bar to build up an influence meter. And then they can activate influence and control the other player. And then that player has to build up their own influence and fight for control over the It gives old school Mario vibes. Oh my god, beans and crackers. That is such a huge compliment because I have been trying to make the characters and the character controller feel like, feel like that. That's real. I have to work on the jumping and make the jumping more Mario-esque, but I also have to find like a middle ground where the jumping doesn't feel too crazy. So that's what we're building, guys. That's the pitch. That's the game. I really appreciate everybody coming along with the raid and showing some interest. So, oh, dope. Yeah, no, beans and crackers, you called it. I was really like inspired by those Mario games. I've tried to like adapt it and make it feel a little bit like a modern version of that without the, it's not a platformer though. It's not a platformer, but I wanted it to be a little bit like familiar to people who really like Super Mario. I really like the way that Super Mario controls as a game. So that's what I've been aiming at. And I think you'll find like Fall Guys is also very inspired by the Mario movement. And it's like, it's like the player moves in the forward direction as you move around. It's like, I think that's a nice way to control for a game like this. A new menu for the matchmaking functionality. Rather than extending main menu with a new submenu, let's introduce a new matchmaking scene where all this menu can live. Where this new menu can live. Okay, we're going to submit that as a change to the plan. Like Mario 64. Yeah, exactly. Like Mario 64. And, like the other Mario games that followed from that. I think I really wanted it to feel a bit like that as it played, if that makes sense. Hold on, I gotta flip my camera here. Transform, flip horizontal. There we go. Now I'm actually facing the code when I read it. I'm so used to pointing that way to reference things. Better. Yeah, that's what it reminded me of. Dude, beans and crackers, that's a high compliment because that's exactly what I was going for, dude. Beans and crackers, thank you for the follow, man. Huge. This is definitely going to create a spike hype on Twitch like Among Us did. Smartass, don't say that. You'll get me too excited. If it did that, like, wouldn't that be incredible? If we got a game that was even half as successful as Among Us, we would be laughing. We would be just set. We would just absolutely be set for the rest of, we'd be set enough to make several other games which follows. And as far as I'm concerned, that would be a life well lived. If I could just make game after game after game and hang out with you guys here on Twitch and make computer games, I would die happy. I will look back on life and go like, yes, I lived an amazing life. So you saying that, if that even half comes true, that would be incredible. It really would. I really just want to like hang out with you guys, keep getting ideas from you guys, keep getting inspiration, keep integrating you guys into the games that we make. Because look, check it out. By the way, anybody who hasn't seen this, it's like, here, I'll take you down into the crypts. There's been so much community support in this. All the gifters who have been gifting, this was the first 50 who gave 10 subs. They all got a statue. We spent so much time making statues though that we had to double it to 20 subs. Now 10 subs gets you a gravestone in the graveyard, which we're almost sold out of as well, incredibly. And now 20 subs gets you a statue. So here, I'll take you guys into the crypts. I think I can move a bit faster as the poltergeist. So we'll zip around like this. I know, right? I'm crossing my fingers and toes for that one, Brian. Here, so if you check it out, we'll go down here. Look at all the support that the community has given this game. Every one of these statues, guys, is somebody from the community who stepped up to help out. Absolutely wild. I'm so proud of what this community's managed to do. And it just keeps going on and on and on. I'm excited. I'm excited. It's going to be great, guys. It's going to be great. Okay. What should the matchmaking scene keep from the main menu scene? Keep the same backgrounds. Keep the background and currency. I don't think we... I guess we maybe want the... I think that reuse the main menu presentation. Let's see. I don't think we need the when the player presses back from the matchmaking scene, what we should return to the main menu scene. Yes. Yep. The Reaper doesn't already have a reusable menu world scene. So the new matchmaking screen can either duplicate the main menu presentation or stay much lighter. I hope it's clear on how this... I need to clarify this implementation because I don't want it to go and copy all of this. I think we've got options menu, character menu. Okay, this is going to be our main menu instead of being canvas layer. Okay, hold on, smartass. My personal advice is that you focus on the communication tools. This should be very important. Multiplayer social games tend to carry themselves sometimes. Totally. So smartass, check this out. Here are some of the concepts we have for that. All right, so Loser Fruity, she got a Newlyweds character, right? She came through the game, like she gifted 200 subs and we gave her a character. And the concept for this is what we're going to do is we're going to try and read the voice chat when she's in, like if a player goes into like the Newlyweds mode, like activates their monster mode, we're going to try and get their voice and then we're going to shift it temporally so that there's one a little bit delayed voice and then another one which is like the right time voice. So we'll double the voice and then we're going to pitch one voice up and one voice down so that there's like a feminine version and a masculine version of the same voice. And so when somebody speaks through the mic, it's going to be... they're going to hear this like monstrous voice. And the same thing for all of the monsters. I think I want to make their voices like monster voices. So that'll be really fun for like people taunting one another in game. And then there'll be some other instances where villagers get their voices changed too. Like Oasis. The Oasis inspired character is her dog Gibby. And what I want to do, the Frankenstein Resident Evil kind of monster. We definitely need a Frankenstein one. I'm thinking for Oasis's partner, actually for the. Also, it is a bit like a Frankenstein's monster because it's like, connected to. Absolutely, you're getting the vibes. You're getting the vibes, Bean. But this character will be very fun. What I think we're going to do for this is we're going to read the microphone volume of the person speaking and not transmit that, but instead use it to activate a bark sound. So the more intense the sound of the person speaking, the louder and more intense the bark of the dog. And so it'll be like this situation where somebody plays the dog and it'll have it'll be really powerful. The dog will be able to smell where a monster has been. So if somebody's in monster mode, they'll see a trail of where they've moved, but they won't be able to communicate directly. They're going to have to communicate through barks, right? So they'll be able to go bark, 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 bark. But it's like, they'll be speaking into the mic, but the dog will just be making barking sounds. It's so definitely, I think I 100% agree with you guys. I definitely agree with you, smartass, about communication being central to the game. But I really even want to lean into that more to create like memorable and hilarious moments through the, through what's happening with the voices and stuff like that. It's, So I'm with you guys. I think that's a really good idea. All right, let's see the plan. That could definitely be something very enticing for certain people if it's done right. Fun concept. Yeah, thanks, dude. I think the community is really like backing me for this one, coming in here and bringing their own awesome ideas. So it's the community that I have to thank for the, concept as well as myself. I think, I started with an idea and I've kind of just like taken it into the stream and the community's got so much behind it and they all contribute their own cool ideas. It's like, Here, like this character. This is like a huge crowd favorite now. I was going to go with a completely different direction, but the witch is actually like people absolutely love this character. I probably wouldn't have designed a character like this. I would have gone with something like, you know, a hook nose or something else like that. But instead, we've got a witch character, and like, oh my God, when people see them, they lose their shit because it's really, really good. And I wouldn't have designed it like this. So this is a collaborative effort between the community and myself. It's really, you know, it's been really fun. So like Bean, I'm sure you actually have a lot to contribute to. So the cat riding the broom, yeah. Like they wanted a cat to follow us around, but I'm like, you know what? That's really complicated. What if I just make the cat float behind the person to like follow her around? I think that'll be way more fun. Like not even, it'll be more fun, but it's also going to be easier to implement because I don't have to animate a cat. It can just like float at this random spot to the side of the witch. You know, so that one, riding the broom, is like a nice middle ground between ease to implement and also the oh, yo, Beans, the witch has an ability where she can fly around on a broom. So when she's in witch mode, she can activate the broom and then fly around, and that's going to help her be really, really mobile. And then the other thing she can do is, like, remember earlier I mentioned the farmer will be able to create food. If the farmer leaves the food unattended with the witch can go into witch mode and then poison the food. So, and then, you know, another spell here is to like mute people, but, you know, I think like every different monster is going to play really differently. So if you can, you know, as the witch, if you can sneak into a place where all the food is stored and then poison it and then give it to other people, that will be a really, really good way to like, you know, damage others. Town of Salem 3 Mafia, dude. Somebody said there was already a game like Salem, inspired by Salem. I haven't seen it, but I need to probably go look it up. Who was saying this? Somebody recently was telling me about it, but yeah, could be really cool. Okay, let's have a quick read. So, replace the in-scene play submenu idea with a separate matchmaking menu scene. I don't know why it's like, yeah, I guess. Keep the main menu as the main entry point, but change its play flow to load a new menu with matchmaking scene through the existing loading system. Yep. Okay, no, so to clarify, we shouldn't change out of the main menu scene, but rather switch on a new menu in main menu. A new menu in main menu. Options menu and character menu. Already examples of this. We need one more change here. Yo, a Scarecrow character. Halloween events would go hard in this, dude. You've got no idea. I think if we go ahead and make this game, it would be Halloween that I'd be trying to launch the game at. I'd be trying to launch this thing on Halloween. I think that'd be sick. I think that's the right timing. I just have to like push through and you know, I would have to get this thing out on that date. Is this a revised one? No. Let's keep reading because hopefully we'll keep the rest. Matchmaking menu, the following conventions. Keep the matchmaking feature state. Yes. This is about right. I probably shouldn't have I didn't need to re-clarify it. It mostly had it. Dispatches a dedicated main menu actions such as loading lobby directly. Yep. Register a new matchmaking store effect. Yes. Build matchmaking scene. Yep. Okay, let's have another read here so that we don't duplicate what we're doing. Lemon, how you doing? Welcome. Halloween is my top favorite vibes and aesthetics, so definitely got to agree on that one. Yeah, you're not wrong, man. It's a bit scary to think like, okay, if we're actually doing this project, then we have such a really like hard deadline. We really got to push through to getting that done for that. But what's going on, Lemon? Excuse me, guys. I'm about to sleep as I got to wake at 3 a.m. Dude, that's a very early wake time. What's waking you up that early? That's wild. Halloween is a good deadline. I think so. Halloween is my top favorite vibes and aesthetics. I think we're doing really well for that. The Beans, the demo would be for Next Fest, which is here. Let me pull up this would be what I'd be looking at. Next Fest in June, and then October would be trying to get it ready for Halloween. I think that would be, I don't know when the vertical slice would be, but we're already at the start of freaking April, so maybe like May, but yeah, it's a bit scary. It's a bit scary. Since I'm really just doing this for fun while I stream right now, if we actually lock in and do that, it's going to be a very different story. I have to change how I'm living my life a lot to make that happen. I'm going to Adelaide for a basketball tournament. Yo, you know who else lives in Adelaide, Lemon? Coming to your city. That's right, Goldie. That's right. Okay, new matchmaking scene that is instanced in main menu. I think we got it, guys. We're implementing. Your brother lives up there, Lemon. That's cool. That's cool. I am a big fan of sibling hanging out, as you guys know from the start of the stream. Better to get it right over rushing it. While all these little indie games are starting to get more traction these days, all the big AAA studios cutting too many corners. Beans, I actually think the reason those indie games are doing well is because they're not investing as much as those AAA games. The trouble with the games industry now, and it will become even worse very soon, is discoverability. And it's mostly because so many games are getting made. So many games are getting made all at the same time. So it's like, yeah, it's a scary one. It's a scary one. So many games getting created. We need to, I almost feel like it's going to become, unless you have a lot of established like titles and properties, unless you have a lot of established games, it's becoming so hard to get discovered. Insanely saturated. Yeah. So that's why I'm here on Twitch, man, is to spread the word about the game before it needs to go to market. That's essentially it. I'm trying to, I'm trying to get noticed before the game is a demo and that kind of thing. So it's going to mean, we need to get our, we need to get onto it. We need to get onto it. So, hey, you got my attention. True, man. True. That is true. But, like what I need to do is capture wish lists. I need to convert that attention to wish lists if I'm going to be successful with this. And from there, those wish lists need to, convert to a successful demo at Next Fest and then a successful launch. There's a lot of like scary steps in between, along the way. And at the moment, I'm just trying not to stress too much about it and trying to have fun and make it with you guys. Just trying to, get this thing done. Get this stream on the road, I shouldn't have done that. Have we made changes yet? Oh, God, I shouldn't have done that because it's already looked at the scene. I just pulled the rug pulled from... It'll be fine. It'll be fine. He helps create games and his work is up there too. Whoa, hold on. Lemony, your brother also does game dev stuff? That's cool. Very cool. My My attention for 28 streams. Let's go. Hell yeah. That's super cool. There's a slight chance we would have crossed paths. Yeah, that's true. Exactly. Enjoy the process. Yeah. Because like the last, I don't know if you know the story, Bean, but my last game did not do well. I invested a lot of time and money, especially money, into making a game that will not make back what it cost. It's a very scary experience making a game. So I'm trying to do this now, like in a way that's a lot more affordable and where the marketing is solved, like as a part of the process. He helped with Hollow Knight and Silksong. Get out of here, Lemon. That's so freaking cool. That's so freaking cool. Those guys are like myths. They're legends. The guys that work on that game is such a small team, and it's like they don't get out and communicate with anyone. They're like Yetis, or what am I thinking of? They're like Bigfoot. People say they exist, but nobody ever sees them. It's if you want to make an omelet, you got to crack a few eggs. Yeah, but Beans, if you want to make a game, you've got to put your entire life savings on the line, apparently, is what I did last time. And it's like, I worked very hard for a very, very, very long time to do that. And then for it to not pan out is like, it's painful. To try and do it again is really scary. Because if it doesn't go well again, then it's like, it's doubly scary. It's a really scary prospect, but I am excited. I am excited. I think this time we have a much better chance of it being successful because we've done the marketing along the way, it's, yeah, that's crazy, Lemon. That's so cool. Those guys, they're really like, nobody ever gets to speak to them. I'd love to do an interview with your brother one time. Just like, just to be like, what was it like? What's the company like? How do you guys work? What's the design process? Because it's such a small team for such a really, really cool game. It's actually crazy. I can't believe you never mentioned that, Lemon. That's really cool. But you're clearly passionate and dedicated. No, thank you, Beans. I appreciate that. I am. I've like made my life about doing this, and I want to keep doing it. So I just have to figure out how to make money doing it. And then, because like I do actually have a fairly successful software development studio. And I wanted to make it a game development studio, but with the way that game went, like, I don't know if that's possible. So I still am keeping that company running, but, you forgot to. No, I mean, it's fine. You don't have to share these things, but it's very cool. It's very cool. For like me and Goldie, those guys are legendary. They really made like games that will go down in history as like Team Cherry, Australian local devs who took a risk and made a game that will be remembered as one of the greatest games of all time. So like I genuinely feel that, especially inside of Metroidvania games, they're like, they really perfected that genre of game. So it's very, very cool to hear that, like, there's one layer of separation between me and one person on that team. So that's very cool. Yeah, they're a big deal for Aussie devs. Absolutely. Goldie's right. Goldie's right about that. They are kind of a big deal. Man, this design actually is very good. I think I need to probably check this in to our designs page. There's a few here that can get cleaned up, honestly. There's a lot here that can get cleaned up. More and more as we keep progressing through this, we're going to have more and more, reference we can use. Small world, yeah. Especially in the games industry, it is a pretty small world. You're gonna do an escape room tomorrow? That's awesome, Lemony. Have a good time. Good to have you in here. Good to see you. Okay, we can already start reviewing, I think. Okay, play button is going to dispatch that. We've got a new scene. Nice. A new controller. Okay, buttons and such. Dispatching stuff for each of those buttons. Matchmaking store. Okay, cool. I'm liking what I'm seeing here. This is all compliant. Yeah, good. This should work. It looks good. It looks like it kind of nailed it, guys. Goodbye, Lemony. Thanks for swinging in. Haunted house / escape room mode could possibly be fun for this too. Yo, you're not wrong. If people really like the vibe enough, then yeah, absolutely. Okay, so clicking this should bring up our new menu. It's a thing. We need to fix it, but we need to replace these icons. That header needs adjusting, of course, but that's a start. Does back work? Yes. What happens if I... Yep, that's cool. That's cool. That's a start. We'll check all three. All right, cool. So that definitely needs fixing. Is our matchmaking menu. All right, one thing we need to do is when we select the play button and get our matchmaking menu, the main menu buttons should switch off. Lol, when you first started explaining and you had all the pictures and everything up, I wasn't expecting you to open it up and be this far into the build. I mean, Dean, it's because we've kind of like we've been keeping this as kind of like, this is how we've been documenting what we're doing as we go. So the whole thing is kind of like documented here in and I don't have much of a pitch deck because honestly, I feel like the game itself is the best version of a pitch deck, right? So I'm there's lots of concepts, but we're getting further and further into implementation, and I need to start adjusting what I do when I explain the game too, to be like, just look at the thing that we actually made instead of look at all my ideas about the thing. Because if I start converting my ideas into reality, then it's it makes sense that I start to treat that different. Okay. So we're going to turn that off. Yep. That looks good. Main menu, give that a run. We're also going to have to async load in something so that this loading isn't so long on the main menu. This is loading this long because we... Oh, hold on. I made a mistake there. Wait. Matchmaking needs that off. Conspiracy. It's like a conspiracy. Yeah, it is. It is. It's getting bigger and bigger as we go. I can't imagine what it's going to look like at the end of all this. Lots of different lines and stuff connecting the dots there. It's getting bigger and bigger. Okay, hold on. Wrong menu. God dang it. There we go. Damn, the overlay doesn't overlay the emote as additive. What do you mean? Oh, in hours. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I see that. I see that. I see what you mean, Goldie. Yeah, down here. Down here. Oh, well, that's what happens when you build your own stuff, is sometimes it goes wrong. We need to figure that out too. I've seen that style of mapping for people doing research and stuff lately. Obviously, it helps it makes a plethora of stuff cohesive. Yeah, yeah. If you can, in your mind, like map things out, I think that really helps as well. Okay, what happened? That broke. Matchmaking menu. Let me undo what I mean, that's basically it. Okay, this should make the main menu not visible and make that menu visible. This looks good. This looks good, but it's not doing what it says on the can. Also, what happened to our back button? Didn't we used to have a back button in this menu? Did it change that back button somewhere? What happened to that? Character menu. Where's our back button? I'm not sure I even have it. We got rid of it somewhere. I don't remember doing that. Okay, there's a regression somewhere there. Where are our changes? Need to keep track of this because it's getting a little out of hand. Okay, there's our lobby. We've got our main menu. I mean, is there any change to our character screen? I mean, not really. We have a regression here. Clicking the play button no longer does what it's supposed to. The button has no effect. And we should get our... So where is it? We'll go to the main menu. Main menu has... The left menu. Is it I mean, one of these buttons should be fine. The green one? Which one was the green one there? Options. Let's copy our options button. And then in our matchmaking menu, sorry, our character menu, on the left panel, our back button. Back button and the icon can become... I mean, what options do we have? We can... Isn't there a quick load here? Yes. I don't think we actually have an icon that we can reliably use for back. Oh, it'll be all right. +1 for complexity. Psych, you mean that the user interface is looking really complex? Because, yeah, that's fair. Reload you. That icon, we need a better icon for this, and we also need to give it a little bit of padding. But hold on. Let's deal with that one thing at a time, one change at a time. Here we go. Okay, so that is a thing. The not monsters. All right, what's going on there? Because let's try and reconstruct what we're seeing here. The matchmaking menu. Yeah, I think I want to move the main menu. Okay, so to simplify what's happening here, let's revise the way that our main menu scene currently functions. Inside of the main menu is the following canvas layer. A canvas layer with all of the main menu stuff in it. With all of the main menu stuff in it. Let's put this into its own let's put this into its own, where is this? Let's see if we can open an editor, options menu, into its own. Okay. I think we need to change game to yeah, we'll do that. So we're not changing that there. Main becomes town. I mean, is it town? This is like in-game. I mean, what's it? What? This is what it's gonna. It's the name of this thing is actually going to be on the loading menu. Man, now this is a mug. I need one. What mug? What mug? 404 +1 for complexity is a mug. That would be a good mug. Good morning, dude. How are you? Back from the Sun Jam. How did it go, dude? Actually, it went pretty well. Hold on. itch.io and then. Check it out. This is the game we made. This is what we made. We made that. It came together pretty damn well considering how little time we had to make it. It came out really, really well. Very happy with it. It was awesome. Christian was an absolute weapon. What a machine. That guy's freaking awesome. Okay. So... Okay, main needs to become this is going to be what's the name of our town? What if we call this our like maybe we call it gameplay? Because this is where the actual game is going to take place, right? So, I mean, we can even just do it like that. It seems like I always hate calling things really generic names, but like, might as well. We can call it game. That's scary. Let's see if we have any code references to this, though. Monsterville. Pretty good name. Pretty good name for the town. Dragon, I actually am with you on that. That might be the name for it. It's very obvious name, but we want to be on. We want to be like, you know, we could go with something like that. Monsterville. Suggestions in the chat. Suggestions in the chat for sure. And this is going to be Maine. This becomes game. I mean, gameplay might even be nicer. Game. Yeah. Sunnyville. Yeah, well, I mean, something a little more medieval, maybe. That's quite a nice name, though, Psych, because it's like, you know, during the day, it's like, la-di-da-di-da, we'll have flowers and, like, you know, things be really, like, we can have it be really nice during the daytime. I think some flowers would actually be a nice touch to help make this place seem, like, really, really friendly. Yeah, no, Sunny, sorry, homie. Like, when it goes dark, Creepshire, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. That Fascia, I don't mind that. I don't mind that. Okay, hold on. So we're gonna just do that refactor of game. Let's go to main menu. So main menu is actually going to become main. Let's see. So main can go in runtime, which is a little, hopefully, you know, this is a bit confusing. I'm concerned about that, but main menu then, if I go into the main scene, this is going to be our restructure. So main menu controller is a little concerning that we might have to discard some of these changes, honestly, and do a bigger, better refactor. So, okay, well, that's going to go there. Main menu. Main menu. Game can go back to main. We'll undo this change in the code. It becomes main, and then we're going to do a refactor. So we're going to come at this from a different way. First things first, let's get this actual functionality running. Let's make sure that it's working first. Creepshire, not too shabby. Psych, what is this suggestion? Fluggen, you just wanted me to read a difficult name. You just wanted me to read a difficult name. That's what you wanted. Okay, this is kind of working, but what could maybe we have like a quest board for play so that the I mean, what have we actually got here? If we look in the scene, there is the tavern here. Maybe we put something up on the tavern wall that is like the quest, you know, a quest board or something. I don't know. Not right now. Not right now. Let's stay focused. So we're going to do a refactor. So we'll stage our changes first. Stage these. We're going to do a refactor. We are going to rename. So this is our main main scene into game.t. Oh, yo! Thank you for the sub. I really appreciate that, Goose. Dude, every time somebody comes along and hits that like sub button, the community like grows and you like more followers and more, that's awesome, dude. Thank you. For the first time, this isn't a resub, this is a first time sub. Thank you, Goose. I appreciate you, dude. How's it going? Everyone gets their own headstone after all, so tombstone may fit the name of the town. That's actually quite nice. It's got real Wild West vibes to me, but that's not a bad thing. No, thank you, Goose. I really appreciate you doing that, dude. I'm glad you're enjoying what you're seeing. Thank you for the sub. The support means the world, man. Okay, main scene goes to game scene. Main goes to game. Main menu. Main menu goes to Hype Train incoming. Oh, dude. Yellow Banana and you both contributing to the Hype Train, I think. Getting the ball rolling here on a freaking, Tuesday, Wednesday morning. Sorry, evening. It's, Thursday morning, Wednesday evening. Has anyone beaten God of War's gift subs? 404, like before God of War did that, it was Nacho. Nacho is probably the biggest gifter on this channel by a long shot, but God of War has like been incredibly supportive, dude. Like it was wild. It's like, it's hard because it can be a long time between, big subs happening, and it's scary when you're thinking about doing a game like this and being like, oh my God, where's my income going to come from if I really lock in and try and hit those milestones? It's kind of scary. But it's happening. It's happening. Okay, main menu is going to become main.tscn. Then we need to change the layout of the main.tscn previously of game.tscn to have a new component called main menu.tscn, which is it's going to be a Lord Nacho of the Holy Triangle. Exactly. Nacho's been such a supporter. He gets his own dang religion. It's not a coincidence. It's not a coincidence that we have the triangle on the church, guys. It's not a coincidence the triangle's on the church. We have some more characters to do when the character pipeline gets in, one of which is going to be the Nacho priest. And and also the jester. So there's lots to do still. Lots to do in the stream. Okay, we need to change the layout of our game scene to have a new component called main menu, which is it's going to be a canvas layer. A canvas layer that has everything in. So this is in the canvas layer. You know what we can do? Let's call this okay. We've just done that little bit of the refactor ourselves, which is nice. For now, we are calling that to-do move. And it exists here in the project. Ooh, good vibes on this. Okay, the one trouble will be on change. We are going to, you know what, actually, I can't do this yet because I think there's references between the controller and that route. That's what it is. Okay. The controller and that route that might be problematic. Galsbro, that's not bad. Boo Hollow, possible village names. I like Boo Hollow. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. It's got that Mario vibe, you know? Okay, we're going to remove that. Hype Train finished at level 1. Thank you, guys. I really do. Like, Goose, thank you for the sub. I appreciate that, dude. Okay, where are we? Okay, in game. So that our current the canvas layer in game.tscn, sorry, is it in main menu? Main menu, the canvas layer. Main menu canvas, hold on. Becomes its own file in there. The other thing we need to do is the location of main menu should also be moved. Should also move to, hold on, full path, absolute path. Move to runtime, I think. Recap this refactor. We proceed. We also have to, we need to reconsider how main menu controller works after this refactor, as we want that to live with the new canvas layer we are going to create. All right. It's a lot of chaos. It's a lot of different refactory bits. Ask any unresolved questions that need clarification before doing the refactor. We're going to go into plan mode and then go ahead. All right, nice. Wouldn't you rather it be something more horror and spooky sounding and maybe somewhat cutesy as well to match with the friendly style of the game? I mean, on one hand, Beans, it is going to be friendly, but on the other, I think the combat, I'm going to try and make it like a little bit like gory and violent so that when players get into it, they're like, whoa, and it surprises them. So it, on one hand, yeah, it's going to be cutesy, but I don't know if it's going to be a cute game necessarily. A bit of edge, yeah, exactly. Here, like this. This is a freaking noose. There's a noose sitting in front of the character. That's not something you're going to find in Nintendo. You're not going to find nooses in Nintendo. So the physics is also going to be like a bit brawlery with a lot of like, you know, wacky physics going on. So I do want it a little edgy. I do want it a little bit edgy, yeah. I think the last game I let too much into the friendly stuff without any edge, and it really hurt it. I think it really narrowed the audience that would actually play the game. So, you know, we're gonna work on it. We're gonna work on it. We haven't even got to the combat yet, though. So, you know, we're about to see. Sort of like how the real Tombstone was friendly but very violent. Yeah, like I'm not against that. I'm not against that. I think we have to be careful about it because, you know, my sister raised a good point. She's like, you know what? Like your loading screen right now is a freaking noose. People might be a little shocked by that. They might, you know, think if they watch the game that it's like a family friendly game, but it's actually not. And so, you know, there's some risks there. There's some risks there for sure. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Okay. I've conferred the renaming effects. Yeah, I mean it's an interesting refactor I'm suggesting here, but it seems sensible because really like all these controls should belong in their own like their own control section. I mean, I'm tempted to put that in here as well. Let's see where this shows up in our code. Okay, that's a node path. That's handy. I think that's actually just referenced an object. If I move it, it should be fine. I don't know. Like, what do you guys think? I'd be so curious to get a read on people's opinions about this. What's the noose for anyway, Seb? I think what will happen with this, if players in a group can overpower and beat a person down, they can like drag them over to the noose, and there's like a little cutscene where the character gets hanged. And so yeah, I think that was the plan for it. So you know, it might actually that's pretty edgy. That's pretty edgy. I was asking on the vibe you were going for. I want it to be like a little bit violent, but also have a good sense of humor at the same time. So, I mean, the sense of humor we're going for here is like Monty Python-esque, if that makes any sense. I want it to be like, you know, the Quest for the Holy Grail kind of vibes in the humor, but then also, you know, a little bit violent. A little bit of violence, I think, ain't a bad thing for a game like this. Okay, when extracting the current main menu, canvas laying into its own scene, what should move with it? Canvas layer and subtree. Character menu and matchmaking menu as siblings in the other runtime scene. I mean, canvas layer and matchmaking only. I think it might make sense to do this because then the controller comes with it, right? But then that doesn't make sense from a standpoint from like I think it's this one. What file path should the extracted canvas layer scene take after the old full scene moves to this? Put the extracted UI scene at... Yep. Should the scene root node names be aligned with the new file roles during the refactor? Make the gameplay root game and the outer main menu root main. Yep. Yep, that one. There's definitely a reason that resonates with me. Goofy and freaky is a fun kind of vibe. Yeah, Beans, what do you think about the violence, though? Do you think it should be like Mario, where there isn't really violence? Or, you know, should we lean a little bit into some violence here? I'm tempted to go the latter way is what I was considering for the design, but my sister's been trying to talk me into not doing that exactly. Have you played The Witcher Wild Hunt? There's a very early scene in the first City of Geralt where the people are being burned alive for being a witch. Yeah, dude. I mean, we could go for something like that, Dragon. But the thing is, if you look at The Witcher, the graphics don't promise you something like, you know, they don't look like a cozy game. They don't look like a cozy game. I like dark things, to be frank. Yeah, Beans. So you're on team like make it a little bit dark humor, but yeah, it's just like what I want to do with the game is I want people to see this and I want to deliver on the promises that this picture. I think people would get into this game. They'd buy this game, but it needs to then deliver on that promise. And so if they get into the game and then there's nooses and you can decapitate people with a sword, it's like, does that do it? Call of Duty does allow for gore on and off. Yeah, I mean, you're right, Lucario. We could make it optional, but I think you really have to like pick your target and then shoot for that, right? If I'm a little bit too wishy-washy about what I want it to be, then it might wind up not being anything specific. Luigi's Mansion meets Resident Evil. Yeah, I mean, kinda. Not a bad vibe. Lean into the violence, but maybe make it like Looney Tunes. I mean, it's not really violence then, though, is it, Sam Squatch? Like, we could do that. We could lean into the wackiness, but then my question is like, when you stab somebody with a sword, do they bleed? That's the big question. Because my initial instinct was like, yes, but you know, then maybe also that's a bad because it rules out so many, like maybe kids would love to play this game. You know, a lot of kids like to play, you know, Among Us. So what's the target audience? Because I think Among Us is more adult in many ways because it's social deduction. So it you have to ground it. Can't make it for everyone. Exactly. I think if you if you make a game for everyone, you end up making it for no one. Give them monster's blood like green or something. But then you can kill people. Like that would be such a big tell. That would be such a big giveaway, right? Because not everybody is a monster. And you know, I'm not. But I'm thinking about it. You guys guys can tell I'm thinking about it. Make them deflate. I mean, it could be cool. Lego style violence seems fitting. Yeah. In any case, it's not something I need to solve right now. So, okay, the current gameplay scene to main and to runtime game. Move the fifth 3D scene to here. Move main menu controller to the exact UI scene boundary by attaching it to the new canvas layer. I wonder if it can reach up and like affect the parent things though, so that's going to be interesting. I think they can probably communicate through messages to one another, like through state. Runtime main becomes game. Okay, yes, implement the plan. Good point. I mean, yeah, there's lots of little design things that are interesting decisions which we are going to have to make fairly soon. I think at the moment I just want to like get it to the point where people can play it and then But you kind of have to know where you're going. I really do have to know where I'm heading, and then I have to like head there. I have to get there, you know? It's Adventure Time and media like that might help with ideas. It's obviously suitable for a younger audience. No, totally. Totally. Beans, that's what if I can pull that off, it's very hard to do well, but if I can pull that off. I was speaking with one of the guys from Bluey a while ago, and he, like, because up in Brisbane, those guys are up there, and he was like, you know, yeah, the reason it's so successful is because it is for children, but it has enough humor in there that adults can appreciate it as well. And so, you know, it really expands what you can. But I don't think this is a game for kids. I'm not making a game for kids. I'm making a game for everyone here in the chat, you know, I'm making a game for my friends. I'm making a game that my friends would enjoy playing, and none of them are kids. So it's, you know, it's an interesting one. It's an interesting one. Okay, this is a big refactor. Probably going to be worth it long term. I'm going to vote for Blood then. Fair enough. Fair enough, Dean. Sorry, Bean. Beans and Crackers, such a good name. Fair enough, Beans. I appreciate that. Okay, implementing the rename. Good. Concrete rename surface. The 2 scene files. Startup scene. Time of day. Music runtime. Okay, good. Should we start work on the church? I feel like the church is something we're going to have to design soon enough. Well, we might need... Okay, once you click join a friend, you need a menu that shows games your friends, your Steam friends are currently hosting. Here's an example of such a scene, of such a menu. And then the other thing we might just quickly do here is I really like the way Slay the Spire did this. So if your friends stream it, who are they streaming it to? All adults, or are kids among them? Fizz, I think with Fruity, her average demographic is actually a fair bit younger. So maybe like actually younger in that case, but you know, that's it depends. Like Overstrand, younger. Actually, you're not wrong. There are a few younger people in those audiences. Let's see, we're going Slay the Spire. Yeah, you know what, Fizz? You actually make a really, really good point there. A really good point. I was playing violent games from like 4 years old personally. No, me too. I guess I was playing like Doom and you know, Wolfenstein and stuff like that. But my mum freaking hated it. I don't think that stopped us playing. Maybe an option to turn the blood on and off. The WWE games have it as an option. Yeah, you're not wrong. Yo, Turbo, how you doing? I'm good, man. Good to see you. But I think the question is, does blood give that much that it's worth the risk? I mean, I don't know. Like games like Fortnite do a really good job of walking that balance. Okay, hold on. Settings, graphics, monitor 1. Okay, multiplayer. Got host and join. Is my keyboard not working? I think that back button actually is kind of nice. It's really small and simple. I think maybe we should take some inspiration from that buck button. That and then the other thing here is multiplayer and then host. And then it goes straight into game. I quite like that. We'll need a little invite thing, but... And then, you know what? They actually have a character select screen there too. It might not be a bad idea to take some inspiration from Slay the Spire. Just with the menu flow as well. Let's to our UI design. So use adapt this. So let's design such a screen for our UI. Create an image there. Yep. Okay, let's go see how this refactor came out. I quite like the simplicity of Slay the Spire's design here. And we need to review that code as well. The Alien game... Hold on, the Alien game... Whoa, hold on. We've opened the wrong scene, so... Let's go main. Is that working? Has it broken? No. If we run main, we needed to check the hierarchy here. Wait for the program to respond, please. Okay, good. Options still work. Characters still works. Play seems to be working. Though, when we do this, Not Monsters logo should have switched off. Okay, main menu. All right, so okay, T siege tlop to siege. Hold on. I think, Psych, we need names that are easy to read. This is as bad as a Twitch name. I'm having trouble wrapping my tongue around it. To siege tlop. To siege tlop. Ah, it's hard. It's hard, Psych. Yo, Snolzy, how are you? Good to see you. I'm sorry you had to come in and see me stumble over a name I couldn't pronounce. 45 stream streak, crazy. Dude, huge. Thank you, man. Okay, so let's see. The thing we're doing here is... Let's have a think. What's the logic? There's the Windows key is just straight up not working. This is weird. I've never seen the Windows key completely stop. My Windows key is not working. I mean, that's working. Huh. Could it be the button on my keyboard? When we switch between menus now, we should be able to... I don't need it that bad. I can click it. I had that problem the other day. I had to restart the PC to get it working again. That's pretty freaking annoying. Poltergeist. Hold on. Is that how I should have pronounced that? Poltergeist. I mean, I can pronounce that one, psych. I can't pronounce the other name for whatever reason. Maybe I'll work around it. We don't need our Windows key. I use it for a lot of stuff, but... I mean, yeah, look, I'm Windows key tabbing and it's just doing a normal tab. That's very annoying. It's fine. We'll roll with it. We'll work with it. When we switch between menus now, we should be able to... So, hold on. Let me think. So, when we press the buttons... So, when we go to our matchmaking menu, we now no longer need to switch off the buttons on the main menu. On main menu, we should be able to hide and show that entire canvas layer. Is it a canvas layer? Yeah, I'm getting the terminology. Yeah, canvas layer, as we swap back and forth between menus. There we go. Auschwitz, another name suggestion. Auschwitz is a little close to the name of a German concentration camp, but not bad. Maybe many people won't create that connection. I don't know why I did, but Creepshire is cool. I really like that one. Bean. That's a good one. Creepshire is sick, actually. Creepshire is cool. What was the other name suggestion we had? There was, and I probably should call it something, like we should give it a town name instead of, what was the other really good one way back? Somebody else had a good one. Okay, hard to find. Creepshire, I like that. Tombstone, yeah, Tombstone was great. I think though Tombstone, it's not obviously a name for a place. Wait, what's this for? Turbo, we're trying to come up with a name for the town in the game. This place, what's the town called? That's what we're trying to figure out. Creepshire might be the leader. Tombstone is very cool, but I think it's like, could be confused if the loading menu says loading Tombstone, it's not obvious that it's the name of a town, where Creepshire is much clearer. Then it's two already for Creepshire. Oh, you're voting for Creepshire. Fair. That's cool. Sorry. Fascia. Psych, what's with all these German names? What's with all the German names? Hard to pronounce. I don't think I have it in me. Schazidorp? Dorp is the name of... it's like town in German, right? I don't know what these are, Psych. That's anything but German? Dorp means town in German, doesn't it? Fascia? Maybe you know better than me, but... I don't know. Cloggers is... Dutch. Okay, it's Dutch. Ah, I see. Dorp, it's also... Yeah, Dorp also means town in Dutch. That's true. Dorp is something Dutch. Dorp. Yeah. That's the name of a town. Town, like a dorp. Dorp means town. Okay, quick run. Here we go. I don't like how long the main menu is taking to load. It really shouldn't. It's just for this like cool environment and special effect. It doesn't actually... It might be too much. Okay, that's good. That transition's working nicely now. We haven't got any regressions with the rest of it. What I need to do now is fix this because it's not rendering right. And it's all in, not the main scene. It's going to be matchmaking menu. Okay, what are you doing? Seriously. Panel root. What's with the margins? And this whole thing is just a bit chaotic. That needs to, the header is not like placed in the right spot. The header section. Carselvia. Not bad, not bad. So far, I think the best one is going to be Creepshire. That's nice and easy to read and pronounce, right? Fleahaven. Fleahaven's not bad. Fleahaven's not bad, but it needs to sound like somewhat monstrous, but not exactly monstrous. Not completely monstrous. Like, could be... I think I like the idea that it's like could be misinterpreted as a monstery name, but... Okay, there's our panel content. This is... I think our... Let's see, our header section might be... Might want to sit this outside of that. And then... Its transform, which is being driven by... Might even sit here, right? What if I got rid of that? This is the chart of a... I mean, of course it is, but... I might need to add a control, header, and then from here we can anchor that there and actually drive the art to also... Hold on. No, that's not it. Yo, Ricardo, 25 stream streak, dude. Hallow Hill's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Can we make it one word, though? One word? Fearhaven's nice, actually. Fearhaven's nice. That's quite cool. Oh, dude, we have to put this into a list now. I think Fearhaven's actually perfect. Because if you think about it, it's like, you know, we've got the whole, like... vibe of people, you know, the Salem vibe. That ain't bad. That ain't bad. Okay, hold on. We're gonna have to... I need like a margin top here. Where's our margin? There's like something in here. There's our options. I might just like try pulling our header down there. And then like we'll increase its Y size. We might have to do that at this layer. I mean, that's not working either. We can control this size. So let's just like get rid of that there. We didn't need to introduce this. This can go. This might actually work like that, honestly. and our options, we just like, we need a spacer above this, essentially. A control, we'll call it a spacer. Spacer control, we'll put it up here. And then with the transform, the minimum height can be like 100. There we go. And it's actually giving us a little like text that was hiding there. Okay, now the problem here is it's pushing it off screen. What's happening at the bottom of this? What's below here? This might be the margin. Container sizing. Darkwater. Hagsford. Nice, nice. Hollow Hill. Oh, God, I need to start putting these into a damn spreadsheet. Hold on. Hold on. We've got our little town section up here. Name ideas. We've got Lanternburg, Darkwater, Hogsford, Omenfall. Ooh, Omenfall's quite nice. Do you know the story? Do you know the story of the game, actually, guys? The like to like put it into context. There's like we won a town of Salem where the like the people of the town are all like really, you know, they're kind of like culty in the way that they act and think, right? A lot like Salem was. And then, you know, you get this guy, you get the priest who's like, you know, saying the apocalypse is coming. And he's like, it's coming in 7 days. If we don't find the monsters among us and kill them, then the apocalypse will happen. And he's actually right for once. And so that's the setting. So something like Omenfall is quite a cool name for a town. So we had Tombstone, Creepshire, kind of like Creepshire. What else did we have? We had Ashwick. I think I'm liking, of the ones that we have so far, I'm liking Omenfall a lot. Creepshire is also not bad. Those are good ones. Those are good ones. Good suggestions though, guys. Fearhaven is also a great one. Fearhaven I like as well. Shady Shire. Shady Shire is nice too. Anyone ever watched that, like, it was a Tim Burton movie with like, what was the name of the town? There was like a name of this like random town that, okay, hold on. This footer, what's the body spacer? The panel contents. I don't think I want that spacer there. We probably do want a spacer there though. So that becomes like 100. Where's it say play online? Oh, there's some other text here that actually, why is this overtaking the whole thing? These should be occupying space here. Panel margin. I mean, that header section needs to be like fixed to the top. Subtitle label. Where is this getting its size? Because that should not be there. Subtitle label. Where's its positioning? Okay, Bloodgrove, Darktown, Morbid Hill, nice. Nothing suspicious near town. Nice, nice. Yeah, when you said it to myself, it totally felt familiar. Totally forgot. It's been years. Thanks for reminding me. Yeah, I mean, maybe an issue for Seb here if he uses the name Darkwater. What was Water from? So you see what I mean? Bean, hold on. What do you mean, Dragon? About Elder Scrolls. Elder Scrolls. Yeah. Right. Okay, so what's going on here? Because should be able to move that, but right. I don't like the way this thing's being positioned. Resub for 4 months at tier 1. They've been subscribed for 7 months. Warmonger, dude,
Base
thank
code
you.
wave based code hype.
Yo, thank you, Warmonger. I really appreciate you hanging out and supporting us for all this time. Dude, that's huge. Really, really incredible. All the support of everyone. It makes me, if I can, I'm very excited that we're still here kicking on, making games, guys, and hanging out. Like, really, really cool. Okay, where are we with this? This maybe needs to go here as well. That needs to go in the panel contents, potentially up the top. If we stick that there. What does that say? We're gonna change the color of that font there. Choose how you want to get into a match. Okay, nice. This might be good. This might be it. Though it is taking up a lot of space here. So inside of here. How have you been, Warmonger? Good to see you in here. 7 months of subscriptions is wild. Every time I read that, I like double take about how long we've been here and doing this. It doesn't feel like that long, man. It doesn't feel like that long. It really doesn't. It's pretty exciting to think that we've been here that long. That we're finally finally doing a thing and making a thing. I love that. I love that. Okay, 800. I'm going to make that 800 as well. This number, if we reset that, I think probably this size is being driven by that object. That object has a huge margin. And we're going to turn these margins down. So it's going to be like, let's go like 50. 50, 50, 50. Even less, I think. The bottom one, like 10, maybe. And then also, this means the spacer, if we're getting this kind of control, we don't need that spacer anymore. We can control that from, as we should here, that margin top can go like 80. Oh, hold on. It seems like this is sitting outside of that margin. There we go, that's better. And also now we can scale this down, thankfully. I don't like how like loosey-goosey this is with the positioning, but you know, we'll deal. Okay, now we should be able to, with the margin, Make that like 70 or 80. Hold on. The top one. 80. There we go. What's positioning this now? I think I need more space above. Okay, that margin container. Let's just see how this looks in game for a start. Hello more. Nice, not bad. Hello more. We've got Dreadfalls. Yo, Bean, you must like, have you done a lot of like creative writing or game design for like, you seem like the kind of person who's an ideas person for, I wouldn't be surprised if you've done some creating writing before. Bethesda is known for being protective of their property. Yeah, fair enough, Dragon. Fair enough. Okay, so it definitely doesn't feel aligned. It doesn't feel like we need to move it down. Panel root, panel container. And one thing we could do is just that. Is leave a margin at the top. Like that, and then that could do it. It's not the best way to do it, but it's probably fine. I'm low-key obsessed with finding dexterous ways to express my thoughts. Okay, so you are a bit of a writer. That makes sense. That checks out. Host a game, join a friend. Are all of the menus starting to look a little bit samey? I do worry about that. They all have this like, this banner header look. I think it's okay so far. Somewhat, yeah. You think they're too similar? I mean, the options one definitely looks different. I mean, this ain't bad. This ain't bad. You worry that your graphics is getting aligned? I mean, Helu, I'm worried that it's like becoming too, that it's not interesting, that it becomes too, you know. That it becomes boring. I'd rather say both should be blue there. Oh, you mean like, you mean here on the character screen, you'd rather have these both be blue and then have that align with this. I need to simplify it. Like this one is too like, I should build it out of components just like we did with our other. I'm with you, Helu. I see what you're saying. We might have to do that later. What I was about to do was make the, I mean, we could make this one green to match the options button, and then this one stays blue, and then the characters one could be yellow, potentially, to match the buttons. I don't mind having the visual variety, but let's just try it out, see how that looks. Characters menu. Let's see. Wrong menu, of course. Great vibes. Dexter is a Latin adjective meaning right. Maybe this... I mean, I think you might be right about the blue looking best as the header. Maybe they just all go blue. You got my AI to track my Strava help and sleep and this week, and also managed to set up my workflows through Notion to keep track of all of my ideas and plans. Dude, hello, that sounds awesome. That's really cool. Yeah, no way. I was literally asking Google something about Latin like 3 hours ago. Yo. You know what? He's right. He's right about the blue banners. Just keep them all blue. Keep them all blue. All right. And maybe we make the back buttons. We need to put the back button back. Instead of green. All right. One thing at a time. So let's get the icons in. Okay, that's looking pretty cool. Ooh, I haven't seen that before. They just updated. That's cool. Nice that they're still actively working on TL Draw. I have noticed like their bars and stuff recently changed. I think search is not going to be necessary. We might want to do something to just like underline this section. I do like the way that it looks on here with like the brown across the top, but okay, before that, what we're going to do is we might need to revise this. So we're going to get rid of the search bar and leave and fill the space with the refresh button. I don't think we'll need the refresh button, but Seb, was the pitchfork and axe bottom meant to align with the top? I know that they're totally off Dragon. That whole I think there's like a whole stream worth of time that we're gonna put into getting that logo done, because the logo is very far from being acceptable. I don't like the logo how it is right now at all. Dragon, I'm gonna basically redo the logo. It's just something to get it. It's a vibe check right now, right? It's a vibe check right now, but we're gonna redo it. And you're right, they don't align. They look bad. You know what? I need to put that on my to-do list, because you are right about it. And where is it? Logo redesign on the to-do list. I see what you're going for though. Yeah, that's all it's there for right now. It's just there to for us to get a sense of like, you know, figure out what we're going for. I was hoping Lisa would be able to do it, but last time I asked her if she could, she was like, I don't know if I have any time. So we might have to do it ourselves. But yeah, We gonna see. Okay. When the player selects the join a friend button, we need to bring up a menu like the one in the image. Nice and simple with a refresh button and all of the buttons for all of the friends currently hosting. I don't think we're often going to see more than one. It will be rare that there will be more than one game, such game. So design with this in mind. Okay, the other thing I want to do here is with this, generate the host, the logo, the icon from host a game. Do so on its own with nothing else around it on a transparent background, true alpha channel. You're gonna go try and get some rest. No lobby browser, no crazy. I think just if a person wants to play, they can click the find a game and it'll matchmake with the best lobby for them. Otherwise, they can join a friend and anybody can host and they can close the lobby to anyone. And I don't want to faff around with the lobby browser. I'm just gonna make it really nice and simple. I'm going to try and get some rest. Insomnia has been kicking my ass for the last 2 days. Stoked to see the changes made next time I tune in. Easy, homie, easy chat. Yo, Bean, you were huge in this chat, man. You hung out and chatted a lot. I loved having you, dude. I hope you swing back through sometime. It was a pleasure. It was a pleasure. Nice to meet you, dude. And thank you for the follow, too. I do appreciate it, man. I can't wait to see you in here again. Okay, let's see if we get a nice button here. Then we need something like Photopea to just tweak this. I think we were going with GIMP, weren't we? I swear we installed it. There we go. Gonna pin that to our start bar. Yeah, you too, brother. Dude, thanks, man. I appreciate that as well. Catch you later. Catch you later, dude. Okay, what do we got here? Create a new image. And then, what's it called? It was crop to content. No, that didn't work at all. So we do the proper crop. Is that too detailed? I feel like it is. Let's see how it looks on its own first, and then we'll take it from there. All right, this is... We'll make sure that it's nice and square. And then we're going to make it 512 by 512. It should scale down, resize them. Annoying. Okay, hold on. Image. I want to resize this, not like... Scale image, there we go. 512, 512. Scale, great. Okay, that can now export. In Godot. And this is icons. Psych. I got a good one for you. Nevermore. Like the Raven's Call. In the recognition of the 1809 followers and the birth year of Edgar Allan Poe. Nevermore is a good one, actually. Is a really good one. The Raven Calls. Nevermore. That's a nice one. Sets the spooky vibe quite well. Nevermore. Like that. Nevermore. Yeah, cool. That's a good one, Psych. That's a good one. I like it. I like it. The problem is soon we're going to have too many good ideas. Can you ever have too many good ideas? Yes. Yes, you can. Sometimes it's really freaking hard to decide when you have too many good options. Okay. Let's see. Assets, icons. Open in File Manager. I think this is too complicated, but we're going to find out. We're going to find out. Let's just see how it looks when we get it in. Okay, this is going to be host game PNG. Export that. All right, that's one. Now we need to do the join a friend on its own. Generate the join a friend icon. Nothing else. True, transparent, alpha channel background. And then this should be an image, but it should figure that out. Dragon, you vote Nevermore? There's some good ones in here. There's some good ones in here. Nevermore ain't a bad one, that's for sure. So, Omenfall, Creepshire, Fearhaven, Nevermore. Nevermore is pretty cool. The town of Nevermore. This can be the find a lobby as well. What's it doing? And looks like a big town. Dragon, yeah, it's I mean, at the moment it's pretty small, but it will be bigger. It will be bigger when we're done with it. Yeah, I'll show you the perspective from in the engine. We can pull up, and I haven't finished it. There's still like a whole area that needs to be developed here, and it might expand. We might expand it in a few different directions, but it's getting there. It's getting there. It's starting to get there. You can see, like, you know, the concept to execution. It's bit by bit coming together. Pretty good areas to explore. Dude, honestly, it's not that big. You could explore it in about 10 minutes of walking around, less than that even. But where it's going to get really interesting is when people have homes and they have like jobs to do and all of that. That's where it's really going to get good. Okay, hold on. What's going on there? Am I not selecting the layer? Copy this. Edit, paste, in place. Okay, then transform, image, transform, scale. Where's my little like, Control Shift T. I hate that all these different applications do it differently. I wish they would standardize. Every time I move to a new one, I have to relearn the shortcuts, which is why I like the Photoshop Photopea one. It's just the same shortcuts and everything, but okay, where's the resize? There it is. Scale tool, Shift S. This is join a friend. Okay, where were we? We're going. Join a friend. Export as. Join a friend. Great. Nevermore is the Academy name in the Wednesday series on Netflix. Also reference to Edgar Allan Poe. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Rue. So it may be an issue. No, I don't think that's an issue, Dragon. I think Edgar Allan Poe is like more than 100 years old as an author. It's like past the statute of limitations on copyright. I think we're fine. And if Wednesday Addams, the show, chooses to get inspired by something like that, so can we. So can we. We could name our town that without any copyright issues. Codex is still kicking on here, which is crazy. What do we ask it last? That seems wild. That it's still generating. I don't like that it's spending that long on this. That is a concern. Host game, join a friend. Might even just like change these to have a few. Why do we have shadow versions of these? That's pretty funny. All right, fine. I doubt the show Wednesday paid, any money to use Nevermore. Yeah, we're probably fine. Quoth the Raven, Nevermore. Yeah, it's psyched. I think that's the first time I learned about that poem was in the Halloween Simpsons episode. Pretty sick. Okay, we're going to call this icon. This is going to be matchmaking host game icon. I think I want to start to just like group these a little bit. Matchmaking, join a friend. It's going to be currency, gems icon. Currency, villages icon. We'll do the same with we'll do it like this so that we don't repeat ourselves. Don't mind the way the music has been going, but I feel like this is a little bit too smooth jazz for my taste. Are you heading to bed, Rue? Good night, dude. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate having you here. You're always hanging out here, and it means a lot to me, man. It means a lot to me. Thank you. Okay, so we've got main menu. Main options icon. Main play icon. Main quit icon. Main skins icon. All right, one more matchmaking icon to make. Okay, that one is our find a match. I think the I don't like the amount of detail in these. There's too much. We might have to do them all again, but we're going to find out. This wasn't join a friend. This was find a lobby. Matchmaker game. Matchmaker game. Okay. Oh my, still going. On our, what's the name of the screen? We're looking at our matchmaking menu. Now, matchmaking menu scene, use the following icons. Place of the placeholder buttons. Host game icon. Copy path. I think we need to redo them probably. To join a friend, and then matchmake a game. Copy the absolute path. Icons. Let's wait till it's done. Wait till it's done. Needs more TIJs. What are those? TIJs. Verwest. What's TIJs Verwest? Tiesto. Yeah, I mean, we can go some Tiesto for sure. Hold on. We can just wait. We can go some how's this? There we go. Maybe that one. This isn't like iconic Tiesto though. I didn't know that's his real name. Tygus. That's interesting, Psych. Verwest. Tygus Verwest. Interesting name. Interesting name for a cool guy. So let's see. We might need to revisit those icons. And to do it, let's reference some of our existing icons, because I think these are too detailed. I mean, let's see them in the menu first before we jump the gun and do that. Okay. Let's see our new menu quickly. From Breda, Netherlands. Yeah, I knew he was Dutch. I knew that for sure, but okay, play. Whoa. What the heck happened there? I think I know what happened. This top banner has been put inside of the layout. Okay, I don't want character menu. I think we're going to have to go look at our matchmaking menu. Might be a little jumbo. Yes, indeed. I think what we can do, though, I'm going to predict that if I turn off this banner, yeah, it's going to be this. If I get rid of that, now it's going to... We're going to have to work on how we actually do that banner. Because I kind of agree with it. It's change. Like in a funny way, like the banner isn't working the way that we're supposed to. I need a better way to handle banners. It's just, yeah. Okay, so... Okay, let's give this a run, see how it looks now. Wait, that's the wrong scene, I think. Yeah. How do we get this to load quicker too? We got to get that scene out of the main menu and load it additively. Yeah, cool. Starting to get there. Yep. It's something. I think even if we don't have the header going, I'm okay to just like move forward with this for now. Though we kind of do need it for... Yeah, let's get it going. We'll get it going. Matchmaking menu, then elements. Let's put him here. That work? Hold on, I need to do that like this. We go control, image. Where is it? It's somewhere in here. Was it texture? Text direct up the top. And then maybe we give it like a negative All right, not now. There are other menus to deal with here. So what happens when we... What happens when we, after selecting matchmake, we're going to need some kind of like loading feedback. All right, hold up. First off, let's use our icons. Seb, about the noose, can you replace the noose with a magic spell or something like a spell that will transform the character back to normal instead of using a noose, or no? I mean, we can do anything, Dragon, but can you explain like why you're asking the question? Is this more of a suggestion, or is it just like, are you trying to understand? Can you elaborate, Dragon? I'd be really interested. I'd be really interested to see like why you're asking that and what your what you're thinking. What's the underlying thought process here? Characters, we've got the monsters. Got base trade, we've got Kiki. Okay. The noose, I mean, the noose is kind of like representative of like what's happening in the town, right? It's like in Salem, there's some like underlying threat of violence. Yeah, yeah. I think it's like initially it was intentional, Dragon, and I don't know. There's enough people bringing it up that it's probably worth reconsidering. It was like the first asset I made for the game, though, was that that noose and the few characters, because it really sets the vibe. So we can do anything. We can absolutely do anything, and what we decide to do might depend on a few things, but yeah, I'm not even like. I just see what Fast is saying. Yeah, you guys are right. You guys are right, and I'm not against this being like a not PG game, but yeah, I need to. I still have some figuring out to do there. It might be a large decision, and I need to make it. Big decisions should be made as soon as you can. So, I'll think on it. I'll think on it. But yes, we could do that. I think like Fruity was really supportive of the idea of it, and I kind of like trust her opinion on it. Your main audience for a game like this will be 8 to 14. Yeah, I don't actually agree with that, Crazy. Here, if we look at like what the demographic for Among Us was. Let's see. So it's like, yeah, it's a 30. So between 20 and 30 is the largest segment, and then teenagers. But like 13 years old, I mean, they can maybe do, they can maybe do a noose. I mean, the game shouldn't be like younger than that. Hey, Plants, how you doing? So, yeah. Most people lie on ages to get access to play online, so they dump. Yeah. Yeah, no, I hear you, but I do think like our target audience, like regardless of whether people lie or not, I think we're aiming from 20 to 30. So a noose should be okay with that, right? A noose should be okay for that demographic. But everybody's raising it over and over, so I'm going to think really hard about it, and that's the benefit of doing this like online, right? Is we're not developing in a vacuum. You guys, if you guys are saying like, hey, you should probably get rid of that noose, then we got to consider that. But like, also we've got blood on the, the axe and the pitchfork there, and there's a lot of stuff to consider. Okay, I do actually think those icons might be a little too detailed, but we'll keep them as is for now. Okay, matchmaking menu, I think we're going to have those. Where's the prime? Yeah, join a friend can go off. Then we can see this. I think we're going to get the icon slot. Might not even need that. Fit width there. Same thing here, fit width. Okay. Just trying to keep you from having issues. No, you guys are right. You guys are right. But I don't. I actually just want to make. I want to make this for older players. I want to have adult humor in it, in a way that I don't even mind if it excludes younger people. Like I'm potentially okay with that. And I know that's a risk. I know that's a risk, but I also like it's a risk to make it too friendly and too accessible. I made that mistake with my last game, guys. I really made that mistake with my last game. I leaned into trying to make it very accessible, and it went so far that like it appeals to kids, but those kids don't have the power to buy. So it was like, what do you do? Okay, starting to get somewhere. Play, join a friend, join. All right. Host a game, join a friend, matchmake a game. No, I gotta think really hard about it, Dragon. There's a lot of people in the chat talking about that right now, and you guys might absolutely be right about it. I just have to be careful not to go so far that the game couldn't be seen as still fun for like adults. I really want this to be like I want it to appeal to and I think when the combat comes into it, that's gonna really like help set the tone for it. So things like the noose, not you know, not necessarily bad, but I'll think about it. I'll think hard. Okay, host a game, join a game, matchmake a game. Okay, when we matchmake, what are we actually doing? Okay, so when we host, it should take us to the characters menu. I mean, the thing we need to do now, actually, before we go much further, is okay, under special ability. Let's rewind and go back there because that's getting rid of this one. Where is Codex should be able to show me sessions for a specific project. Okay, let's go further back here and see if we actually get. All right, that's interestingly, like deceptively simple. Add a script for generating character faces. Okay, this has the character menu UI. That's not exactly what we're going for, but it is kind of relevant here. I think as we... Let's have a think. I'm going to go play. So we go in here. Yeah, yep. So we now have systems that, here we go, like that keep track of all the, actually no, we need to do this in the one that generates the, one of these conversations. One of these conversations here. Which one is it? It's going to be here. So, where's our ability CSV? Yo, Curve, how you doing? Who are you? We got Nacho here too. Hello, I have 4 spare hours in Melbourne on Thursday. Yo, yes, I would absolutely love to do that. Would you like to touch the the skin Mel and I have grown? What the hell? That's an interesting pitch. Interesting pitch, Nacho Pants. Would love to hang out. I don't know so much about the skin growing thing, but there's no way the host gets to pick the character first. Valorant doesn't work that way. Yo, I would absolutely love to. Nacho, hold on. Let me Thursday is in like next week on the 9th? We talking about the 9th now? If so, 4 hours in Melbourne on Thursday. Yep, done. Yep, sounds good. I've written it out in the calendar. We'll have to circle in and get specific, but that sounds freaking awesome, Nacho. That's great, man. That's great. Awesome. So C, work, base, not monsters, ability icon pipeline. This is where that CSV should be. Yeah, we'll copy that and we're going to put it in here for the minute. Okay, so this might actually let us go to that other task where the one where we've actually, maybe we just go a new conversation. Maybe there's enough context here. So, yo, Seb, how's the event? It was a real success. Curve, I did think, I had a lot of fun. I think we put the game up on itch.io, so you can check this out. That was what we made. It was a lot of fun. Okay, so we currently lots of info in character catalog. There is ability info in abilities.csv, which I want to actually open. Let's go have a look at this file. Ability CSV. It's the description column. And that needs to load in here. It's annoying that the Windows key isn't working. Yes, sir, the 9th. I'll send you the specifics tomorrow. Excellent. Looking forward to that very much. Looking forward to that. Okay, hold on. That didn't need to snip the whole thing. We're going to snip just this section. Okay, we need to keep the icon. Copy that. And then Well, that's exciting. That'll be fun. Good stuff. Nice, nice, nice. There's ability info in that. I like the UI and the video on the game looks great. Yeah. I need to do that kind of thing with all of my game jams, I think, Hello. So that people can kind of see it without having to download and install and all that nonsense. It's yeah. In the description, we need to move that into the character catalog. LOG catalog. And then into UI in. So hold on, where's our main scene? So this is going to be in the characters menu, and then there's our overlay. I need to do overlays for our other menus like that in that same way. Under the special ability, under the ability card. Into the UI in under ability card in character menu, in the character menu scene. We had a follow, ACC85. Thank you for the follow, dude. I appreciate you coming through. It really makes a difference when you hit that follow button. So thank you for doing that. I can hear you typing there, Nacho. He's furiously typing. We need one of those emotes going on. Has he got one of those mechanical keyboards, Dolly? They're good, man. They're good. Everybody needs a mechanical keyboard in their life. I kind of enjoyed using it over the weekend, having a good mechanical keyboard. This one's nice. It's a good keyboard, but it's not. I think split keyboards might be my next move. Oh, he has a creamy poppy one. That's good. I think everybody was commenting on Christian's keyboard over the weekend because he had such a clacky keyboard. I really love those though. His looked like a Super Nintendo, which was pretty freaking cool. So this is in character menu. Okay, there we go. Plan for me, please. All right, let's let it do some plan. All right, freaking awesome. We have a gym set up today, guys. For the, Fast just bought a bench and some weights. I'm actually really keen to lock in and try those. Now I need to get rid of my motorbike as well because it's kind of sitting in the corner of that room and taking up space that people are going to actually start to use. It's pretty freaking cool. He had a creamy poppy one, dude. I need a new keyboard. I think split keyboards are going to be the way to go. It's there's this one that came up a few times, like people recommending this one. So I have to see if I can. Maybe I'll go with something like this. But there are also travel versions of this that seem quite nice. I don't know. Apparently it's good. Could be terrible. I don't even know what that button means. What is that button? 76 doesn't seem like a lot of keys. That's not that many keys. But we'll find out. Looks like you're a pilot. You mean when you have that keyboard, or? Devil's talking about using weights next time she goes to the gym. Nice, nice. Does she not usually do a lot of weights? Weights are so good for you, though. Like, really good for you. Or hello, were you just talking about, like, my headphones in the seat? That keyboard feels a bit sci-fi. Yeah. But apparently you can actually type faster with it. So, you know, that's a win. That is a win. And I don't mind sci-fi, so it could be good. I need to probably adjust my volume because I imagine Dev is in sleepy land now. Save the milliseconds on the typing? Well, look, if you do a thing 1 billion times in your life, saving 1 billion milliseconds is actually a lot. Ability name field. So we need to keep the existing icon, but show the description text that we will move from the CSV there. We'll move from the CSV there. Don't need the character name again. It's in the heading. Okay. How should the menu behave for implemented characters with no CSV? Placeholder copy. Yeah, we can do that. Placeholder copy works. Neo Ergo is nice. Okay. You should have to self-build though. You would have to self-build. I mean, that, not against doing something like that. Neo Ergo keyboard kit. Ooh. Okay, that's interesting. Is this the keyboard we're referring to here? Because I'm not seeing like a specific website that has it. Yes, that is the one. Okay, so there's not like one specific seller for it. I mean, it does look interesting. It's a little less like sci-fi. We might keep it on our list. I've just built a new task list with subtasks for researching freaking keyboards. I hate how it's how it goes. Yeah, I don't know why they chose to show that upside down, but so the idea is you build it yourself? All right. I mean, these are all nice keyboards, but I don't see that Ergo here as like a flagship thing. Oh well. I recommend the Ultimate Hacking Keyboard. Is that the name of the keyboard? The Ultimate Hacking Keyboard? Oh, all right. Dude, this is actually sick too. Too many options. Too many options. Yeah, got it. All right, Draggy Hound. Thank you. That is cool. I do prefer 65 layouts though. You'd be missing the function keys. Yeah, I'm not against it. What should happen to the ability title label? Let's go look at the ability. That one is going to have to stay, I think. Okay, where are we? Ability. Is ability text, ability title label. Should we use the name here? Let's go refer to our designs quickly. I mean, those designs kind of do have that. And it's not the worst. Remove or hide the inner title. I think, yeah, we remove it. I don't think we have a name for these anyway, so let's go look at the actual data that comes through to this. Yeah, we're going to remove it. There are keep away from the group buys. It draws you in and you end up spending way too much on too many. I'm at 10 or 12 at the moment. WBW, are you talking about 10 keyboards? You have 10 different keyboards right now? That's wild. That's something else. That's more keyboards than I think you need. I probably have like, if I added up all the keyboards I have through my business, it's like, maybe it's like 20 keyboards. But in terms of keyboards that I actually use, I have 4 keyboards. Wild donated one. Hold on. Hello, who donated one? To WB. Hold on. WBW had a keyboard donated to him? Dude, that's sick. Grats. That's awesome. Or are you saying you donated one, Hello, to WBW? Oh, just kidding, since he had so many. Right, I get you. Yep. Okay. Add catalog backed ability description to each character form definition referenced by the character catalog. Migrate the existing abilities by, update the character menu. Okay. Yes. Do not add new. Yep. This is looking good. Do it. Send it. Host, join, matchmake. this is going to look good, I think, guys, when we're... I do think that host and the matchmake icons need to be simpler. So let's get on to that. We're going to generate a new... I'm going to add well, let's go to the path of where those icons are. Where are we? Icons. So, quit icon, play icon, options icon, join a friend is also nice and simple. So, we are going to new icons. Using these as reference. Okay. Okay, now we've got matchmaker game, host icon. So make a host icon, make a new icon like this, but with a simpler style to match the existing ones. When it's done. Okay. Built-in mouse seems really cool, Draggy Han. I'm tempted to do that. I wonder how easy it travels though. I feel like when I get really good at it, I'm gonna want to like take it with me if I go traveling. So I need like a travel compatible one. I think that hacking keyboard, ultimate hacking keyboard, does seem good. I wonder if it comes with like travel cases or anything like that. I think probably this one might be the way to go with it. I don't like these. The ball mouse, maybe. The trackpad, probably a hard yes. Trackpad seems good. Does it have a way to travel? Be very, very curious about this. Man, some of these seem like... That one seems masochistic, with just dots everywhere. This could be interesting. I do like the idea. I like the concept. How similar is that? That's fairly damn similar. Simpler still, this needs to read really small. Details. Move lots of the detail so that we can this as a smaller icon without cluttering the UI. Psyche, you're off. Dude, it was good to see you. Thanks for swinging by, man. Have a good night. I hope you're still here to see my that I read that and said goodbye. Like I said, if you get caught by the bug, it's a hobby. Each a different look, each a different switch, and a different keycaps. Yeah, dude. I have a friend who collects guitars. They're quite expensive, though. Yeah, collecting keyboards ain't half a bad idea either. Okay, that's improved. That's an improvement. Okay, change the background for true transparency. Change the white background. Actual alpha channel. What's going on with my phone? All right. It's cool. It's cool. I'm not going to lie. It is interesting. You want to try these things out, though, don't you? If you want split keyboards, a really portable try. Ooh. WBW. You might be onto it. Is this the one? Oh, dude, that does look very portable. But like, where's your tab, for instance? There's things that I'd just go insane if I didn't have. Like, there's no tab key on this. Oh, there's tab. Okay, hold on. Tab. It's where it's where like the Alt key would be. Nah. Control and Alt are in the middle. That kind of seems sensible. Where the thumbs are. That's interesting. That's interesting. God damn it, chat. You're giving me too many options. Very cool, though. And it has a carry case that lets it go on the outside of a bag. That's actually sick. Corporate needs you to tell me the difference between... second time today I've made that joke. I can't... I don't know. That one. Sure. We need to probably see how big it is and if it fits in. It's too big. That's a fine. We're gonna fix. Excellent. Save as. We're not saving though, are we? We're exporting. Export as. And replace. Yes. Okay, now. We're going to upload the same for, what was the other option? It was matchmaker game. Did I just upload over the wrong thing? I did, damn it. This is an interesting twist on a classic song. Hello, Gorky. How are you? I think I like the original a lot better. The That's the host the game icon. Yep. In the style of these icons, make one that represents. How are you, Gorky? How have you been? Good to see you. Represents matchmaking a game. Okay, how's this one done? This is so little change. This is so little change. I'm even skeptical that that's actually succeeded. Ability description is in there. Okay. I don't think this is enough change to actually be the thing that we asked for. All right, we're going to find out. We're going to find out. I'm suspicious. Very sus on this one. Greybeard, how are you doing? I'm here lurking the shadows as always. I appreciate that, Greybeard. You know how much lurkers make a difference to a channel, man, especially a small growing one like mine. Really means all the world, dude. Thank you. Okay. Still too detailed. Still too detailed. I mean, cool. We need to change this so that the font size needs to go down for all of them. Okay. It's great that so little change presented such a big fix. Review all of let's use the terminology it's actually using in code. Ability description strings. I don't like this one. I think the original was better. Read across, but still can their meaning. Boil each character down to one ability in the description. Okay, where does more than one, when the description has more than one ability, choose the one that best matches the icon in abilities.csv and write a short description for that. Okay. All right. That'll do it. I'm doing really good, by the way, Gorky. Thank you for asking. How are you doing? I think we're going for probably another half hour, and then I'm going to wrap it. I'm going to try and, we've made good progress today. We've got a couple new menus in. We've got our ability stuff in. We've done some refactoring, which has been nice. Let's see. I need to finish that icon off. No. This is not ideal. Okay, we need to add a photo. Can I find this now? We lost it, didn't we? We should still have it in the prompt history, though. It would be that one. Adapt this design to be more simple. It needs to work as a small icon on the UI. All right. Treasure hunt icon with map. Okay. You the best, buddy. Yo, thank you, man. I appreciate it, Gorky. How are you doing? Be good to catch up again, man. It's I'm looking forward to PAX. PAX is going to be awesome. Might even go for a booth at PAX in the PAX Rising indie section. Wouldn't that be sick? Would be very cool to get that up and running. Lots to do this year. I don't know if this is... if this is gonna read that well, but we're gonna find out. You got sponsored by IO Interactive? Oh my god. You're gonna get to play 007 like a month early. Gorky, I didn't even know that they were remaking one of those. I mean, the original one for Nintendo 64 was a masterpiece in game design. Not just in engineering, but like in design. That was like such a huge game in like game history. Is that what you're referring to? Is that the kind of game you're talking about here? Okay, matchmaker game. That's better. Export. Boom. I still think it doesn't read that well, but it's all right. He played GoldenEye for quite some time on the Nintendo. Oh, yo, yeah, me too, man. Me too. I played a lot of that. You get to the point where you learn the little tricks. You pick odd job in multiplayer and troll your friends. You get good at doing the headshots and rushing around at 1,000,000 miles an hour. Oh no, this bad. That's not right. Whoa. What broke there? Hold on. Has this even finished? No, it hasn't finished. We shouldn't be fricking around there. It's still doing its thing. Okay, we need another screen that says something. So let's have a shot here at... Let's get some inspirations for our matchmaking scene. So, fastest way here is going to be... What if we just try this one? What if we try this thread? Open in chat here, and then... The style of the menus so far... Okay, create an image with a design for when we are actively looking for a match during matchmaking. It was good times. And Mario Kart. Mario Kart was fantastic. There were so many great games in the Nintendo 64. There was Ocarina of Time. I played so much Ocarina of Time, like a crazy amount of that game. Truly one of the best adventure games ever made, for a console especially. What else was there? There was... Did you ever play like Conker's Bad Fur Day? That was so good. That was so freaking good. Banjo-Kazooie. So many great platformers. Mario 64. We were talking about that in here earlier. It's... Yeah. Sebi, you're going to sleep. Good night, Snolzy. Sleep well. Okay, 007 First Light. Oh, I was going to say Gorky. That's... Yeah, April Foolsing me. I didn't know. All right. Well, I can get unexcited about that suddenly. I thought that was like going to be sick. That would have been so cool. They would probably do that with like a movie at the same time, but... I'm back. How's it going? God of War. It's going pretty well. Check it out. Hold on. We're about to just now get a preview of this new menu. The host game. Diddy Kong Racing was fantastic too. Absolutely, Helu. Absolutely. Okay, hold up. Let it load. Okay, now we've got... If you go play, it doesn't just take you straight in. You can like find a friends match. You can host a game, which is going to take us straight in. And then we're about to go tackle the matchmaking. And we also did this. So you can, now we can see the, the roles of all the different, the different villages. Pretty good. Poison food supplies with wicked brews. Summon the dead as mummy servants. Fire a giant eye beam to blast your foes. Turn into a bat to stalk the night. We need to figure out Fruity's ability for sure. Curse a villager to flop like a worm. That's gonna be fun. Whip up a blizzard that freezes nearby foes. We need to figure out that one. Rise as a ghost. Okay, this is really good. This is looking good. All the abilities starting to show. So where are we? The character menu. I want to align this a little better though. So that's the ability card, the content, this label. No, this text label. Here we go. Vertical alignment is going to be center. Let's give that a spin. Is this going to be... That's the right panel. Yeah, it shouldn't matter. Okay. Diddy Kong... Hold on. You can see there's a really funny video lately from... hold on, I'll try and find it. Hold on, it was Donkey Kong. 64 rap reaction. This is, yeah, here we go. Anyone see this? Diddy Kong eggs primarily refer to the dinosaur egg hatching objective, right? Can we get some God of War in chats? Yo. Has anyone seen this? It's pretty true. Pretty funny. Pretty funny. I thought it was funny at least. How are you, God of War? Okay, where are we? Let's see. Did this finish? It did finish. Yeah, the ability descriptions gonna be way better. Bit of a 50-50 day. That's not good. I want you to have a 100 day every day. We can't always, but that sucks, man. Why? What happened? What happened, man? Hope you're all right. It's not like it's a 50 day. I mean, you can't always have 100 days. I'm sorry that you didn't have a great day. I mean, this one can probably go. And then where is the okay, ability text? That's just a VBox container. Then this vertical, yeah, center. And I think the thing we just need to do here, we maybe don't even need that, right? We can, oopsie daisy, that doesn't go there. That's gonna go. Yeah, why is it doing that? That's kind of weird. This needs to like expand or something. It's there we go. That'll do it. Now let's have another run at this. See how it looks. It was funny. Good, hello. I'm glad somebody else enjoyed it. That's nice. To clarify, I had an appointment and did not make it on time. I looked it up and I should have taken 25 minutes and it took you 40 to get there. Dude, that sucks. I had to go home and reschedule and go back to the place the same day. So it took up, yeah, that sucks, man. That's really annoying. That's, yeah. That does suck. Sorry, man. Sometimes you get there early, sometimes the day sucks. It's how it goes, man. Sorry today was a bad day. Okay. All right. That's looking good. So that info coming through is good. These are going to be pretty important to get right, but we're on the right track. I might actually get that banner back in. Let's do that. That's a different menu, isn't it? Yes, it is. Okay. Then I was at the place and the picture taken this week was faulty, but lucky it's still, in the end, it still looked, he still took it? Okay. I mean, you got it done. You got the thing done. That's awesome, dude. You can call it, check it off your list. I think sometimes done is better than perfect, It's a shame it wasn't perfect, but at least it's done. All right, where are we at with this thing? Do we call this done? Even though it's not perfect yet. Small win, but it took me the whole afternoon. Yeah. Yeah, no, that sucks, man. Okay. Characters, here's our, if we go play. What do you think, guys? Should we put a banner up here so that it's like something like options? One of these. I think we probably should. Let's do it. Matchmaking menu. Panel content. Gonna add a texture rect. Let's do a quick look up here. This is going to be our there we go. We're going to inherited. Whoa, wrong panel. Fill and fill. Okay, yes. Is this still subject to the layout? It shouldn't be, right? That might be the way to do it. Right there. And then like this. And then like... we're going to fit the height, I guess? Or fit the width. Fit the width. And then can we keep aspect? And then make this blue. We're going to then tint it, I think. If we go visibility, modulate, or self-modulate, and then swatches blue. Yes, good. If I add a child node, we make this control, and that's the header. Does it still work if that goes there? Yes, it does. One more, and then this is our text. Header label. Header text direct. And then this is going to be... what was our original design for this going to be? So how is my dragon? Is he still eating okay? Yo. God of War. You mean, am I the dragon? Am I the dragon here? Is that me? How is my... Yeah, I'm eating okay. Probably not enough, but play online. Well, we know your sister is making sure you eat well. Well, I don't know. I don't know. She does, yeah. She did shopping for me today. That was really nice. That was really, really nice of her. Um, center and center. And then let's see. Displayed text. Where's the font? I want font size here. Font sizes. There we go. 30. Be like 40. Let's go 50. All right, there we go. Okay, I wonder if there's a good way to like bend the text around. Hey, Coobs, good to see you. It's been a hot minute. How are you, man? Someone order Seb some chicken wings because he deserve it. Yo, Gorky, thank you, man. Thank you, man. We all like some chicken wings now and then. I'm gonna be going to bed soony though. Doing all right. I'm doing all right too, man. I'm doing all right too. Um, was it about Bahamut? Hold on, Bahamut. Like when I hear Bahamut, I think like that dragon from Final Fantasy VII. When we gonna be able to play the game, dude? Coops, we got so much to go on it, but we're making progress, man. We're making progress. It'll be a hot minute though. Okay, this needs to be a different color from the other things, as I see it now. That seems obvious. Let's go. Let's see this texture rect. We're going to make this. Let's go there. Red seems sick. Yeah. I think, Coobs, if we if everything goes to well, if nothing else comes up to throw a spanner in the works, life wise, then we might be looking at June for the first public playable demo. I think some date before then for this community. So maybe the community gets to play it earlier than that, but yeah. What do we think? Was blue actually better? Blue does seem to work quite well, but... Yo, another follow! Thank you, Rural Squirrel. I appreciate that. Cool name too, by the way. Did you guys ever see what show was it? One of the characters was like playing. It was there was a TV show on a fictional TV show on a TV show called The Rural Juror. And it's like, for some reason, when I read Rural Squirrel, I thought of it. It's like the worst name for a TV show. All right, we're going to change the host button to blue. Sorry, the host button from blue to red. Squirrel. I'm glad that got a laugh. Man. Hold on, I'm going to find it for you. The Rural Juror. Yeah, that's it. There we go. 30 Rock. 30 Rock. That's the name. The rural Jura. The rural Jura. Hilarious name. But yeah, welcome in. Welcome in, rural squirrel. Thank you for hitting that follow button, man. Do appreciate it. Like your name. I like your name. Okay, this one, I think there's a little bit too much blue going on here. Ooh, hello. That got loud quick. Okay, what are we actually doing here? We want to go visibility. How is this not coming up as... How is this getting its color? That's really curious. Content margin. I don't know how this is getting its blue. Is it just a normal button or something? Whoa. All right, we're just going to try this and see what happens because... Yeah, no. Okay. This is an issue. I guess that one? Yeah, and then we probably don't need this one. All right. It's pretty insane to see a game developer to me, since to me it's an impossibility. Dude, what makes you say that? Anybody can make a game, man, and it's getting easier and easier to do it. If you love games and you're like, if you're creative, dude, it's very possible. It's very possible. What makes you think that you can't do it? Because I bet you probably can. Because the thing is about game development, man, it's like game development requires like every discipline of every different... Oh, that's going wrong. That's gone wrong. Like you can find something to do from every kind of creativity and just I feel like game development is something anyone can really have a shot at and do. I don't know, man. I feel like you probably can. If you like to write, if you like to tell stories, if you like to do anything visual, if you like to paint, you could do concept art. If you like mathematics, you can probably, get into like programming. If you like, game design, you can do balancing. If you like to like deal with communities and people like that, you can do community management. There's so many things you can do inside of computer games. You just need a community like this one to support you. Exactly, dude. Like God of War's got it right, man. You've come to the right place if you feel like game design is something that you can enjoy. Definitely strongly believe in that. Strongly believe in that, man. Okay, where is this one getting its color? All right, it is getting its color there. So why, when I change that color, did it not... Just not my kind of skill set. But now you've said how large it is, it changes my mind a bit. Yeah, dude, if you like computer games, there's so many things you can do inside of computer games. I feel like every part of like human creativity has been like smashed together and then made interactive inside of computer games. That's just how it is, man. Okay, that's interesting that it didn't go blue and now the hover is blue. Why is the hover blue? I think that's a good insight that many might overlook. Yeah, there's so much to making games. Like people don't really realize. They think it's just code, but there's so much more. There's so much more. Okay, hold up. This then needs to be that, but I hope we're not doing this globally, right? We're just doing one override here. Otherwise, we're just going to leave it and let it be. All right. Also, like that red is maybe not the best color to put on a host. I mean, it's a bit of a responsibility to choose to host a game, so I don't know if we're going to bother implementing things like host migration for a while. Hey, this is looking pretty good. That needs to shift a little right. There we go. So, Rural Squirrel, what kind of things do you like to do? What, like, you feel like your skill set doesn't suit computer games, but what do you actually do? I'd be super curious to know what your skill set is because, as I might have already demonstrated, I feel like I could probably find a good argument for how it's applicable. Okay, we need the hover state to lighten there. How are you, Katie? I may need a tester or dev who's good at racing games soon. Yo, that's sick, Katie. To set a time trial times, but beatable at the same time. Katie, what's happening with your game? It feels like you're making progress on it, which is very exciting. Very exciting. Okay, hover needs to probably, let's do that. There we go. That'll probably do the trick. My skill set is writing audio production of my own songs, which are self-pursuits, and I learned. Dude, are you kidding? Rural Squirrel, you could, I don't even need to. Music is another really, really, music and sound is another really important component of games. So you've got actually fantastic skill sets for games. Dude, you need to go do a game jam or something. You need to go find people to work with and make a game if you if you think, if you can do all of that. All right, hold up. What happened there? Okay, we need to make matchmake the first option there, I think. Because we want to encourage people to matchmake first. So that's going to the top of our list. This is probably going to, I think it's going to mess up our colors a bit, but. And then maybe we go join and then host. Now the colors don't look right. I think I'm just going to roll with it. It's not too bad. Match, make, join, host. Cool. Cool. All right, it's 3:30. We've done the things that we need to do. I feel like I made good progress today. We got the text in here for our different characters, which is great. We got the basics of the menus going, we're getting closer and closer to actually being able to do some multiplayer stuff. Great progress. Thank you, Dragon. Yeah, dude, I feel like we made good progress too. I'm excited. Let's check our code in, because that is an important part of the ritual that you cannot miss. Okay, so I'm gonna unstage that. We're not gonna add that, but we will do this. Interesting to watch somebody make games like this. Yo, Rural Squirrel, like, thank you for hitting that follow button. I also really love doing this. Come back sometime, man. Come back. You seem like a really creative person. I would love to have you back sometime, and you can watch the process and ask questions. It's that's really, really cool. Especially, typically I think about the programming aspect, but now that look, there's so much here that you could be doing for game stuff. And like, we just did a game jam, for instance. We might do all sorts of game jams in the future. It's gonna be fun and really interesting. Like, I'd love to have you stick around as part of the community. And we're going to be doing things like putting dev into the game as well, so that's going to be really cool. Would love to have you here. Okay. So, added matchmaking menu to... Sounds good. Cheers. Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Hey. So many lore you want to give players. Hold on. Wait. So you want to set the time as sharp and no faults during the race. Okay, nice. Bedtime. Were you waiting up for us to finish stream, Crazy? Dude, you crazy. You know how I am. Good night, Snolzy. I thought you went to bed like earlier. Glad you're still here. Wow, who is she not doing 8 hours? Who is he not doing 8-hour streams? 6-hour streams. Yeah, I have to be up at 11 a.m. 11, 10, 9. So if I take 3 hours, I still get 8 hours sleep. I still get 8 hours sleep if I call it right now. And then I can do my morning routine and everything. So, yep. Big day tomorrow. Kind of excited. I get to hang out with Castell, which will be really fun. But I want to be able to think, because we're going to be doing some engineering stuff. So it's, going to be good. Okay, so added matchmaking menu. I've got multiple things in this commit, which is bad. And character abilities to UI. That's basically what we did. Yep. Committed. Done. All right, let's find someone to raid. Dear Seb, close shop and sleep well. No, thank you. I do appreciate that. Who have we got? Might have to do... Oh, so many good options. Hillfort. Dude, I'm so excited about Hillfort and the game he's making. If you guys want a game dev thing, Hillfort's a really good option. We've got Ali. It's been so long since we did an Ali raid. That could be a W. Maybe we actually do that. Because she doesn't have a character in the game, And maybe she raids us one day. We'll give her a character. That could be cool. Ali, you thinking? You thinking Ali, Dragon? All right. Hold on. Good option. Base trades out there. We've got Cakes is still doing well with 222 people. That's very cool. Hillfort's out there. All right, Ali. Ali it is. Let's do it. Raider Lithia. Let's hit it. Let us do it. Ready up, everybody. Hopefully all 59 of you. Nice. All right, get your raid messages ready. Is that it? Hold on. That one. There we go. Base code raid. Get that in your clipboard, guys. Get ready to drop it. Is that a new environment for Ali? I feel like it's different somehow, but yeah, it's been a good stream, guys. It's been a really good stream. We got a lot done. It was a productive one. I'm excited to keep that moving. Lots of follows today too, which was awesome. So hold on. Let's get our music out of here so you all can hear Ali. It's nah, that's her time me out room. Oh, her time me out room. All right. Interesting. She in timeout? Oh my God. Daily sub goals, 150. Can you imagine 150 subs a day? God, that'd be wild. That'd be crazy. Timeout room.